This broadcast is the exclusive property of Perry Publishing and Broadcasting Company. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, reproduction, or any other use of the accounts, descriptions, or audiovisual elements of this broadcast without the express written consent of Perry Publishing and Broadcasting Company is strictly prohibited. All rights reserved.
Good afternoon, football fans of Oklahoma. Welcome to this Saturday's Rivalry High School football broadcast right here on KRMP, Heart and Soul 92.1, 1140, and streaming live on PPBC TV. It's a Soul Bowl afternoon here at L.W. Good Stadium on the campus of Millwood High School. So buckle up. It's going to be one heck of a ride. Our title sponsors for this broadcast: SSM Health, Love's Student of the Month, First Security Bank, Counseling Solutions and Interventions, Narissa Berry Insurance, Bank First, Big O's Pork and Dreams Barbecue, Guiding Right, Power 103.5, The Black Chronicle Newspaper, OKC Sports Radio 105.3, and of course, OKC Heart and Soul 92.1 and 1140. You can tell by the number of sponsors, there's a lot of folks that care deeply about this game here today. It's time for the Soul Bowl Classic between the Douglas Trojans and the mighty Millwood Falcons. We appreciate you tuning in for the SSM Health and First Security Bank pregame show on this beautiful, yet a little hot, Saturday afternoon. Again, we're broadcasting live from L.W. Good Stadium. I'm your play-by-play announcer, Jay Swick. Alongside me is sports analyst and broadcaster Myron Patton. Myron, I'm sure you can tell I'm pretty excited about this game here today.
Well, it's the reason to be excited. This is a classic rivalry by a couple schools that are just down the street from each other, a series that started back in 1976. This is the 50th anniversary of that series, and, you know, it's always one of those games that draws a lot, student body, yes, but fans who've been fans of both schools for a long time, former players like to come back and see how their respective schools are doing. So it really galvanized the community on the east side of Oklahoma City. Yeah,
it really is. It's a special day. This is a game students, alumni, and football fans everywhere circle their calendars for. And today's the day. And, of course, today we're going to break down the matchup. We're going to talk with the coaches, Darwin Franklin, Damon Turner, and, of course, broadcast the game in its entirety, play-by-play, right here on Heart and Soul 92.1, 1140. And we're streaming it live on PPBC TV. So shout out to everyone tuning in who can't be in attendance but are watching from afar. We do appreciate the support. Also, we're going to add a little cherry on top. We're going to interview as many of the Soul Bowl Hall of Fame inductees as we can before kickoff and throughout the broadcast. We'll see how many we can snag. And you know what? We'll go ahead and name them right now. Our 2025 Soul Bowl Hall of Fame inductees are, representing Douglas, Susan McKee, Cleveland Davis, Chris Stevenson, Reginald Fish, and Marcus Griffiths. The Soul Bowl Hall of Fame inductees representing Millwood are Jesse Langston, Chris Fowler, Venice Thomas, and the Woods brothers, Gary Woods, Rashawn Woods, DeJuan Woods, and Donovan Woods. Maybe those names ring a bell.
Yes, they do. And you can say the Woods brothers. Which ones are you talking about? You can break it down from that standpoint. But all these inductees have been a big part of this series and a big part of their respective schools. And I want to say congratulations to each and every one of them because they'll be honored here before the game. And, of course, we'll be interviewing some of them throughout the game.
Yeah, and it is an honor. It takes a lot. I mean, you've really got to make an impact on this rivalry in order to become a Hall of Famer. And I think that's just like a really cool thing to have and to earn. But we're in for a treat today, and I hope you're ready for it. Myron, you've been covering high school football for a really long time. What comes to mind when you think of the Soul Bowl Classic between Douglas and Millwood?
Well, just the players first and foremost at both schools that you can just name. You talk about the Woods brothers there, but if you're talking about Douglas, I mean, goodness gracious, Alonzo Mays, Marcellus Rivers, Cy Tucker, Reginald Fish, Reggie Fish.
Greg Richmond,
yes. I mean, just some tremendous players. And, of course, the coaches. When I, believe it or not, I did not grow up in Oklahoma City. But I grew when I first got into television here in the late 80s, Stanford White was the coach at Douglas. And, of course, he had produced a lot of, great teams, great players, got to know him very well. Same for Leotis Robinson, who was coaching at Millwood at that same time. Two guys that had a lot of impact. Yeah, on the football field, the players, and not everybody's going to use that to go on and play in college, much less professionally, but a lot of building of young men, and so that's what really athletics is all about. So it's just it's a great rivalry, and any time you can get two schools that are this close, everybody knows everybody.
That's right.
You run into them at the mall, you run into them all over the place. So it's not like whoever wins, whoever loses, you're going to say, well, I don't have to worry with him. No, you're going to see him on church on Sunday, at the grocery store or something.
Yeah, you're going to cross paths at some point, that's for sure.
At the party after the game, I mean, let's be real. It's high school kids, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is a day of celebration in a way. For me, when I think about this rivalry, I look at this as like a sports holiday. I love the anticipation leading up to the game. It's almost like a second homecoming. Because you have so many fans from all over Oklahoma City coming into the game to watch it. You've got alumni coming back to attend. And you've got some of the best marching bands in the state of Oklahoma performing at halftime. That's really, really cool. And on top of that, you've got people tailgating in the parking lot like it's a dang college football game. Oh, yeah. And I love it. It's great. And so I'm excited to see just the atmosphere. You can already feel the energy around the stadium. And
smell the food.
Absolutely. I wish they would bring us, a hot dog or something, and I'm sure we will. If we flex our broadcasting muscle, we can maybe.
We big enough?
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to get two though. We've got the wild child Scott Wright here, who is a Douglas grad.
Yes.
And he is excited about the Soul Bowl, and I'm glad we could snag him. Now he's not in the Soul Bowl Hall of Fame yet. Yes. But he's always excited about this game year in, year out.
Well, I am a graduate of '79. I did play football, but I was injured in my junior year. But I'm probably one of the best MCs ever, so I should be in this. You should
be in the Hall of Fame.
No,
I thought you were doing the music, man.
No, actually, I'm just working the field, talking to the fans of the Falcons, fans of the Trojans, and I've connected with Dr. Wood, so she's kind of showing me around. She wanted me to read the bio. Yeah, but they already have a professional on that. Yeah. So, well, no, it could be. It's like, if there's a band behind me, I'm pretty good. But this is going to be another great game. It's more than a game. It's a community event.
Thank you.
So, win, lose, or draw, whatever happens on the field, but it's a way to reconnect with your families. One of my old neighbors, I just saw him, so yeah, it's a beautiful thing out there.
Now, do you have any good memories, being a part of this, growing up in this community, being a part of the Douglas Trojan tradition? You've got that, and I call it a friendly rivalry.
Yeah. I just remember the early days.
Yeah.
And it has grown to be such a big thing thanks to the superintendents, Oklahoma City and Millwood. Yeah. Okay. That's my sponsor.
Exactly.
I remember the early days when it first started, and God, how it's grown, man. And it's a beautiful day for football. And I'm glad you guys are calling this. My man Big Swick, and of course Myron Partner. I'm sorry, Hall of Famer Myron.
That's right. Get it right. And you guys
did not write my name that way.
And so you're going to watch some rivalry football today.
Yes.
Here at LW Good Stadium, and then both of you guys are going to go home and watch the Dallas Cowboys.
Yes. Well, absolutely. That's tomorrow. There you go. Speaking of which, I'm kind of keeping my own. The Sooners, they're playing today. I don't know where that's at right now, but football season is the season. There's basketball, that's nice. There's baseball, but football. Football, who's ready for some football? Everybody.
We only get one game a week, so you got to savor it. That's what it is.
Right. Exactly. So, like I said, on a side note, let me say this. I got a little extra oomph in me today because my niece is on the cheer squad for Douglas.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so a big shout out to Nana Jones. Yeah, Uncle Scott is coming to see you, baby. Great game, great call, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's the wild child, Scott Wright of KRMP, Heart and Soul 92.1, broadcasting legend here in the state of Oklahoma, along with you, Myron. Let's put the headset on Superintendent Cecilia Robinson Woods of Millwood High School and
the whole district.
The whole district. Thank you. I needed to be corrected on
said,
that.
get it right now.
Exactly.
Come on now, get it right.
Exactly.
We are a birth to 12 district, so just want to make sure.
Yeah, and obviously you've been a part of this rivalry for a long time. What does Soul Bowl mean to you when you think of it? You have somebody that hasn't been a part of this before and ask you about it. What do you say?
So I think I heard Scott reference kind of the family atmosphere, right? Like we're frenemies is what I like to say is, we're on the same, we're on Martin Luther King and the historic Douglas, which was the only high school that blacks could go to. And then Millwood that starts in 72 or 71 with integration, and then looking for a friend, to iron to sharpen iron. And so that's kind of how the rivalry got going is, we have the historic all-black football team with the new all-black football team, and it says, hey, how do we make each other better? And that's kind of the story of the Soul Bowl. So it's all in love. We know that if we win this game, it doesn't mean we're going to win a state championship. If we lose this game, it doesn't mean we're going to lose a state championship. But it's a way to bring the community together and just show that, display pride on both sides.
Yeah, and I was telling Myron, it feels like a college game day atmosphere. You got people barbecuing in the parking lot. You got alumni coming in. It's almost like a second homecoming.
Well,
it is.
It's Gus says, like it is a community event, whether your kids are playing or not. Everybody knows this is going on the east side of Oklahoma City.
Yeah, it's definitely a community event. Sometimes we have to remind people it's a school. They want all the the side fixings and everything that comes with tailgates, but we are a school, obviously, and so
you're saying leave the alcoholic beverages
and the smoking and everything else you might do it unless you're smoking some chicken.
That's a different story.
It's only smoking you want.
It's only smoking we want. So people get kind of caught up in the neighborhood kind of relaxed feeling of it and start to think that we can live like we live on a college campus, and we just can't. But it's still great to see, like I said, all of the folks that are coming out, and I'm hoping that we've had a little back and forth with Douglas this week. I'm hoping that stand starts to fill up over there for them. That'll be really cool.
And Douglas is off to a good start this year. They're 2-0. They just beat Star Spencer 60-0.
Yeah, we
I
did
believe.
that game last week. Yeah. They're better this season, and
their confidence level is much higher this year.
Yeah, and here's the deal. This is what I love about high school athletics. Yes, the players on the field, but it's all the stuff with the bands.
Absolutely.
The cheerleaders.
Absolutely.
The pep squads.
Absolutely.
The student body gets
Absolutely.
involved.
Absolutely. That was one of the things that I said, a little bit of controversy. There was a big to-do about, the band not performing at half and the band having to perform at the end of the game. And honestly, it was done so that the bands could have as long as they wanted on the field. We didn't want to have to shorten it so that if they wanted to do more, it's the 50th anniversary, right? Like, go all out. But we ended up, listening to the community, and they wanted to see it at the halftime, so we'll see them at halftime. But true to form, I'm sure they'll all be here 35 minutes after the band, blowing back and forth across the field, because, that's what they do. So,
I've got to ask you about the Soul Bowl Hall of Fame inductees. You're partial to at least one of them. Your husband, Gary Woods, is being inducted into the Soul
She's
Bowl
mad
Hall
you
of
didn't mention him
Fame.
first. I didn't want to tell you that switch. She said you should have mentioned him first.
Well, ladies first. That's the way it is. But Gary, your husband, Gary Woods, the eldest of the Woods brothers, getting inducted into the Soul Bowl Hall of Fame today. What does that mean for him? What does that mean for you as his wife?
You know what? It's so interesting. My husband, believe it or not, even though when he's on the radio every weekend and he espouses the history of Millwood and football and all of the things that he knows, he is always kind of second guessing when he gets recognition. And it's hard when your wife's the superintendent. I want to be clear. I have zero to do with the Soul Bowl Hall of Fame. Like, I have no, I know when everybody else knows, so I have no clue. So he was really humbled to see the feedback from people online that were saying, yeah, we've been watching you. I had somebody stop me the other day. My husband was raised by his stepfather. And so in high school, his name was Gary Rainey. And then when he was 18, he changed his name to Gary Rainey Woods. So someone stopped me and they said, this whole time I didn't know who Gary Woods was. I was looking for number 55, Gary Rainey. He was a linebacker. He was this. And he's telling me this whole thing of how he watched my husband play when he was younger. And I'm just like, that's so awesome. I'm going to take that back to him. And my husband's like, I never even thought about, like I did. You never know when you're out there how people are watching.
Yeah.
So, and what the gentleman shared with me was, I can tell you that I knew for sure that his brothers were going to be great because he was guiding them and he was great.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So.
And I think they and they admit that, like the mentorship that they've had from their elder brother has helped shape who they are today. So I'm excited to talk with Gary. Is he going to come up and talk to us, or where is he going to be at?
Working today.
Okay, so he's on work.
He's on the road. I know, right? I mean, it was really rough. He's gone through a lot of promotions at work, and he got handed a big assignment, and what do you say? Like, sorry, boss, this is Soul Bowl weekend.
Right.
Do you realize what's going on?
Right. I imagine that he's somewhere, because my husband's old school, he won't use AirPods, so you see his headphone, right? I imagine he's somewhere in a meeting with a headphone in listening. So,
hey, I'm just like him, so there's mine, little string hanging out.
Yeah.
Well, we appreciate you coming on and
for
talking
having
with
me.
us. And if you see any of the other Hall of Fame inductees, you send them up our way. We'd
I will
love to
do
talk
that. And
with
if
them.
I run into my good friend, Dr. Polk, she's supposed to be here from Oklahoma City. I'll definitely send her up as
Awesome.
well.
Very
All right?
good.
Okay.
Very good.
Thank
Cecilia
you.
Robinson Wood, Superintendent, Millwood
All right.
Public Schools. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, really good stuff. Excited about today. We'll see how this thing turns out. And, on the football field, you just never know. We're about 27 minutes away from kickoff. I do want to just talk about the Douglas Trojans real quick. Myron, they're the visiting team, obviously, today because we're on the campus of Millwood High School at L.W. Good Stadium. But Trojans are off to a 2-0 start with wins over Capitol Hill 41-6 in week 1. And then last week, the game you called, Star Spencer 60-0.
Yeah.
I was a little bit surprised by that score.
Well, you know what? They look, and that's why I say they're better. I know that Millwood's had this series locked down since 2015 or whatever. That's the last time Douglas won this a game in this series. But I was really impressed with what they were able to do offensively. They've got a couple running backs, Zamaris Ziegler and Kadeas Vick. They spent the entire game running on the edges, and their speed is something that Star Spencer couldn't deal with last week. Every time they tried to run up the middle, Star was ready for them. They snuffed it. But when they got outside, it was just chunk plays. And, of course, the fact they didn't give up any points lets you know their defense was pretty good as well. So I think Damon Turner's got a better team this year than what they had last season.
Yeah, there's no question. It's taken him a couple years to kind of build that foundation. And now you're starting to see the fruits of his labor a little bit with year number 3. It's been pretty good.
Yeah, and most high school programs, it kind of starts in the lower ranks, the junior highs and everything else, and the feeder schools, things of that nature. And, of course, things are a little bit different now also, not just here but throughout high school athletics. You never know who's transferring out, who's transferring in. A lot of movement with athletes and things of that nature. But I was pretty impressed with what they did last week. I know Star won last night, though. They beat Northwest Classen.
Yep.
People say, how good is Star? And I get that, but they still put up 60 points and look pretty good doing it. So they're 2-0, and there's nothing like winning to make you believe in yourself that you can keep winning. And so that's good for them coming to this game against an opponent like Millwood.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things I love about what Coach Turner is doing is not only developing good football players, but he's getting his players involved with charitable organizations. They're painting houses. They're helping out at food banks. They're doing things to better their community in a positive way. It's more than just developing football players. He's molding these young men into great people, which will in turn serve their community in the right way, and I just absolutely love it. But when it comes to football, you've got quarterback Cash Sanders. He is, I think, going to start today. They could go with Kamari Perry, who's a junior quarterback as well. So they've got a couple different options that they're going to utilize at the quarterback position. I didn't get a chance to talk with Coach Damon Turner before the game, but I did catch Darwin Franklin earlier, and I forced him physically.
Got him in a headlock?
I said, you're going to talk with me.
I doubt that
because
because Darwin's pretty good, pretty big.
Exactly.
That'd be a pretty good.
Well, he ended up, talking with me, so we'll play that here in a little bit later. But Zamarius Ziegler is a speedster for this Douglas Trojan offense, and he'll be utilized as a running back. They'll use him as a wide receiver occasionally. They just want to get the football in his hands. He's a punt return, kick return. However they can utilize his speed and athletic ability, they're going to do that, and they're going to do that today. What impressed you the most with him?
Well, you just kind of mentioned his versatility. I mean, he does catch the ball out of the backfield and can do some things with it. And, because Millwood's dominated this series the last several years, if you're a Douglas alum, what you're hoping, Douglas gets off to a good start and kind of gets builds up some momentum early to kind of send a signal. Now, this ain't last year. This isn't the year before. This is a new Douglas team. And so, the start, I think, will be interesting to see how they do. They've already kind of done their pregame warm-ups. They're back in the locker room. And I guess they'll pad up and come on out and finish up or whatever. But now Ziegler's he can run it. He can catch it. Did a good job in terms of blitz pickup. He's one of their better players for sure.
On the defensive side of the ball, you mentioned Cadis Vick, who plays a little bit of running back. I like what he brings to the table as a defensive end on that side of the ball as well. He's really quick off the line of scrimmage. If he times that snap right, I mean, he's hard to pick up as a defensive end, and he could be a problem in the backfield today. Also, the same thing with Devontae McCathern, who I got a chance to interview during the media day sessions this year for Oklahoma City Public Schools. I was really impressed with that young man. He loves the game. So just watching this team, this Douglas Trojan team evolve has really been inspirational. It's been rewarding for me as a fan, and I know their biggest test is today, though. We're going to find out just how good a football team they are today. And they've got to take on the Millwood Falcons. And we'll talk about them when we get back from this break. You're listening to the Soul Bowl Classic pregame show, sponsored by SSM Health and First Security Bank, here on Heart and Soul 92.1 at 1140, and, of course, streaming live on PPBC TV. We'll be right back with more pregame show. and First Security Bank right here on Heart and Soul 92.1 1140. Streaming live on PPBC TV. Make sure you download the app. It's absolutely free, and you can watch the game straight from your mobile device. I'm James Swick alongside Myron Patton. We talked a little bit about the Douglas Trojans and what this team looks like so far at this point going into today's game. But let's shift gears and talk a little bit about the mighty Millwood Falcons, led by head coach Darwin Franklin. Myron, I mean, again, you've been following the Millwood Falcons for a long time. What's been the key to success for Millwood these past few years, in your opinion? They certainly won a bunch of games.
Yeah, well, it's athletes, man. Millwood's always been a school, whether it's 2A or whatever. It's been amazing how many just premium athletes. I mean, we were talking about Sean Woods, the Woods brothers, an example, that have come through here. Your Cameron Batsons of the world, Josh Turners, Gerald Jones.
Tremaine Swindle.
Brandon Swindle.
Right.
I mean, yeah, they've got a lot. Or if you want to go way back to the series started in 1976, the 70s, you guys like Frank Moore, Mike Berry, I mean, just Paul Cluis, Mickey Green. I could just name, guy after guy, and somebody would still say, you forgot so-and-so. So I'll stop. But, no, premium athletes have come through here in football, basketball. Of course, Joe Carter, how to come forget him or whatever. But also great coaching. It's one thing to have the athletes, but you got to put them in the right position. And, of course, Darwin coming in the footsteps of his dad, Burrow, who people don't realize, he all those basketball state championships, but he also was an assistant football coach back in the day as well, so under Leotis Robinson. So they've just great coaching, great athletes, and winning tradition kind of builds on it, because I grew up in a coaching family, and you watch your older brothers and sisters win, and you want to be a part of that. And I got to believe the same thing goes on right here, where they watch guys win state championships, compete for them, and you grow up wanting to do that. It just kind of feeds on itself.
I had a chance to interview these Millwood players during their media day session this year. I was just really impressed. They're very well-spoken young men. Their focus is in the right place. They're studious in the classroom. They work hard in the weight room. They practice hard, so they play well in the games. There's just a lot to like about this team and these players. They're bright young men, and obviously they play for a great head coach in Darwin Franklin. Matter of fact, here is my conversation with Darwin Franklin just a little bit while ago. All right, I'm here with head coach of the Millwood Falcons, Darwin Franklin. Coach, here we are again. It's that time of year, the Soul Bowl Classic. Can you put into words what this rivalry means to you and it means to this community?
It means respect and love, first off. Pure competition, separated by 4.6 miles, and just trying to be pride of the East Side and use it for bragging rights and families. And most of all, these young men get the opportunity to perform on a stage that it's not guaranteed that they'll have to play in the middle of the day on a Saturday. So this is a good opportunity for them to experience that and be ready to go.
What's been the key to success for Millwood in this rivalry? I mean, your Falcons have won 9 years in a row. To say that's impressive, I think, is an understatement.
It's just to stay dedicated to what we do, really trying to get better week in and week out. One thing that's different this year is we haven't had a game before this game. So this is going to be a task for us to really see if our young guys can minimize the mistakes that they've had the opportunity to kind of get rid of and see if we can make the most out of it.
Yeah, and you mentioned that because Soul Bowl is a little bit different this year. Obviously, it's a massive rivalry game, and Douglas is undefeated to start the season 2-0. The fact that your team hasn't played yet, how do you make the best of that situation?
We try to practice the little details like we always do, and really try to get those guys locked in to what they need to do, and then just try to stay true to ourselves.
What's the keys to victory this afternoon? What do you want to see from your team early in this game?
Poise, composure, execution, being able to carry out their assignment, block out all the noise, and just do their one. And try not to shoot ourselves in the foot, not have a bunch of mistakes.
Lastly,
What are you telling your team in the locker room before they hit the field? What's the message?
This is a game. That's all it is. At the end of the day, this is still football. Team that blocks the best and tackles the best usually wins. So this is a game.
Head coach Darwin Franklin, good luck today.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm telling you, he tries to limit those distractions. It's just a game, Myron. Don't mind the thousands of fans in the stands and everybody having a good time. You feed off that energy, but it's just a game. We're going to take it one play at a time.
Yeah, and all the stories you're hearing about. Boy, when I played, I tell you what, I scored 5 touchdowns against Douglas. You ignore all that stuff because he probably scored maybe 1. Just ignore all that. But one thing he said, though, that really stood out to me, it's their first game. Douglas got 2 games under their belt. Most teams have, 2 games, maybe 3 if they played in week 0 or whatever. I mean, it's so this is their first game, and you may be more talented, whatever, and we're going to find that out or whatever. But as a coach, you're probably always a little bit nervous. Say, okay, what are they going to be like when the lights are turned on, fans in the stands, mama's watching, girlfriends watching, all that kind of stuff. And I think that's what he's talking about when he says it's just a game, because he knows this is the first game out of the box for them. And until they actually play, you're really kind of say, okay, what do we have? How are we going to play? Are we going to be ready to compete at a high level in a game like this?
Well, whatever his mindset is that he has his players, take on, it's been working. I mean, I can't believe it's been 9 years in a row that Millwood has won the Soul Bowl over Douglas. That's the longest streak since the rivalry began in 1976. Douglas has not won a Soul Bowl game since 2015 when Patrick McCoffin was named MVP of the Soul Bowl for the Douglas Trojans that year. But, do you think the pressure mounts each year? It's almost – among Millwood alumni, Millwood fans, it's almost like expected. And it's, whenever you do win, and this is just me speculating, it's almost like a relief rather than, than just a celebration. Now, there is plenty of people celebrating, but I'm just wondering, over the course of 9 years, what that's like.
Well, I think when you won the way they won in such a dominant fashion, I mean, I'm looking at the scores. The closest game was a 20-point loss in 2021.
Right.
I think if you're Millwood, you think, hey, we're just better. If you're Douglas, what do we have to do to get back to that point? That's why I say I think it's important for them to get off to a good start tonight, Douglas, and say to show the first 2 weeks what we did weren't just against bad teams or whatever the case may be. So I think it's important for them to come out and if they get hit with a punch, throw a punch back.
Right.
And so now we're here to play. This is not last season or the previous 9 seasons.
When I look at this Millwood football team, a few players stand out to me. The first one is starting center and Mike linebacker Jeremiah Hogan. This young man is an absolute pit bull on the field. He's under 200 pounds. He's 185 pounds, and he starts at center on the offensive line. So you've got to have a certain kind of mentality, a certain kind of dog in you to be able.
Great technique.
Right, you better have a motor, and this young man has that, and he's going to do whatever needs to be done to make the block or get the tackle. I love his effort. I love his leadership abilities. When you ask Coach Franklin about Jeremiah Hogan, he's going to tell you everything else but football of what a bright young man this is and how everything's right in front of him and his involvement in the community with other community services and different things that he's doing on his own. No one's telling him to do these things. So,
is he a wrestler?
I think he can do whatever you need him to do. Whatever sport he wants to play, I think he's going to be pretty good at it. But he's earned the respect of his teammates. And by the way, he's the only returning starter along the offensive line. So there's a lot of responsibilities. He's been really kind of mentoring some of those younger players on the team that are going to be playing alongside him on that offensive line. The other player that stands out is number 2, Anthony Keys. He's their number 1 ball carrier. They're going to give the ball to a bunch of different guys, but throughout the majority of the season, Anthony Keys is going to be that guy. He's got a low center of gravity. He's got good vision. He's got tree trunk thighs, and so he's really hard to bring down. But he loves he loves contact too. He's not afraid of it. He'll play linebacker on the defensive side. So he's a really good athlete. But I think he's going to be the workhorse at running back this year, and they're going to try and get him the ball early and often. And then the other player that stands out to me is number 10, Marcellus Grant Johnson, who is a very solid linebacker on defense. He'll play a little bit of running back today too, but defensively he can play inside backer, outside backer. This is a kid who loves the game, and it shows on the field. I expect him to be a pass rusher often and just be a disruptor. He wants to get into the backfield and just screw up whatever play you're trying to do. He's there to seek and destroy. So I'm excited.
That's what you want out of a
watch him play
linebacker.
this year. Yeah, absolutely. Again, I'm Jay Swick alongside Myron Patton. We are, about 6 minutes, 45 seconds away from kickoff here from L.W. Goods Stadium on the campus of Millwood High School. I really want to thank our broadcast sponsors again for supporting these athletes and allowing us, as Perry Publishing and Broadcasting, to put a spotlight on what these athletes are trying to do, what they're trying to accomplish on and off the field. So really a big thank you to our sponsors: SSM Health, Love's Student of the Month, First Security Bank, Counseling Solutions and Interventions, Narissa Berry Insurance, Bank First, Big O's Pork and Dreams Barbecue, Guiding Right, Power 103.5, The Black Chronicle Newspaper, OKC Sports Radio 105.3, and, of course, OKC Heart and Soul 92.1 and 1140. Also, big shout-out to Terry Monday, who's our board op today, back at the main studio session. So we couldn't.
A man of all
he's
Jackson.
man of many talents,
Yes.
no question about it. And you can hear him on the Open Mic Talk Show Monday through Friday here on this station. So we're going to take a short break, and I do mean short. We're going to come back with more Soul Bowl Classic coverage, and then, of course, we're going to get this game started real soon. It's a Soul Bowl Classic football game between Millwood and Douglas, and it's coming up next here on 92.1 and 1140 and streaming live straight to your mobile device, PPBC TV. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Soul Bowl broadcast, sponsored by SSM Health on Heart and Soul 92.1, 1140, and streaming live on PPBC TV. We're just minutes away from kickoff here from L.W. Good Stadium on the campus of Millwood High School. The stands are packed, man. I love it. It's just got this college football vibe today, and that's what makes it special. So we've got the captains meeting out on the field for the coin toss, and then immediately after that, the teams are going to run out onto the field, and you're going to hear some people cheering pretty loud here in the background. Let's see, number 0, Denver Young for Millwood is a captain. Number 56, Jeremiah Hogan is a captain. Number 10, Marcellus Grant Johnson for Millwood is a captain. And then number 2, Anthony Keys is going to be your captain for the Millwood Falcons. And I'm trying to see, I can't see through the jerseys, but we've got several Douglas Trojans on the backside that are representing their school as their team captains. We'll give you those names here momentarily, and we'll get this coin flip underway. Myron, if you win the coin flip, what do you do here? What's your philosophy?
If I'm Millwood, I'm probably taking the ball first. If I'm Douglas, I'll probably take it first also, I guess. I think the strength of your team may be your offense. I guess. How do you feel? What's the strength of your team?
Yeah, I mean, normally I love to have the ball coming after halftime. But I think in a game like this, whoever strikes first and scores first and puts the first points out on the scoreboard, I think is going to have a little bit of an advantage. And so,
well, that's what I said. If I'm Millwood, I've won this series. I've been dominating. I want to come out and send a message early.
Yeah, keep that going.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Soul Bowl Classic.
Okay. All right, we're going to get that underway. But, again, big shout-out to our sponsors. Seriously, we couldn't do what we're doing without the help of SSM Health, Love Student of the Month, First Security Bank, Counseling Solutions and Interventions, Narissa Berry Insurance, Bank First, Big O's Pork and Dreams Barbecue, Guiding Right, Power 103.5, the Black Chronicle newspaper, OKC Sports Radio 105.3, and, of course, Heart and Soul 92.1 and 1140. And here come the Douglas Trojans running out onto the field. They're in white jerseys, orange pants, and black helmets, and they're pretty stoked about it. They're pretty happy to be here. And then here come the Millwood Falcons, winners of 9 straight Soul Bowl games in a row. Trying to make it 10, but it's not going to be easy. We'll see how this game plays out.
It looked like it may have kind of cooled down a little bit out there.
I was going to say, it's not as hot here in the booth as it was when we first initially got here. And I'm very grateful for that. I'm very grateful.
Grateful for the cool down.
Yeah, I prefer to be. I'm bougie. I like to be in an air conditioned booth to broadcast. But this is pretty good. This is pretty good here.
I tell you, Douglas, they may have the record for most cheerleaders.
They've got a ton of them.
They got a ton of cheerleaders. Of course, we're right behind the Millwood band, so we'll hear them. This should be fun.
Yeah, I think so. And, you just see all the people here, just all around. You've got a ton of orange and black on the other side. And then over here with the Millwood blue.
A lot of hugs. People I hadn't seen in a while, almost like a reunion. Oh, how you doing? How the kids?
Exactly right. Coach Damon Turner's over on the other side talking to his Douglas Trojans, getting it fired up. Darwin Franken looks like $1 million. He's just, it looks like he's been working out, almost like he's ready to play.
Yeah, he tried to, as he said, it's just a game. He don't want guys to get too wrapped up into the everything that's going on around them. But this is their first game of the season, so they should be pumped and ready to go. He's done all that summer conditioning and everything else.
Douglas is going to get the football to start the game. You've got Zamarius Ziegler back to the return to kick. He's right there in the middle of the field, number 4. And you give him the football in open space, it's going to be tough to tackle. He's a speedster. He's got some giddy up to him.
Yeah, he's up. He's about the 10-yard line, so he's not expecting a deep one.
Douglas has some new jerseys this year, so I got to get my binoculars. They've got a different kind of font on the jersey for the numbers. And let's see, over on that side, number 6 is Adarius Tubbs, is also back to return. And number 19, Alante Russell, will be back to return. So one of those three is probably going to get the football unless we get a squib kick here to start the game. And we've got the national anthem being played, so we'll play that right now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. It's time for the Soul Bowl Classic, 50th anniversary of this matchup. And we're going to get this game underway right now.
Let's go and have some fun.
You got Denver Young, number 0, is going to kick the ball off and start this game off right. And he kicks it right down the middle. Samarius Ziegler's going to catch it at the 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Is brought down at the 40-yard line. They'll start off their first possession on their own 40-yard line. Pretty good return to start the game.
I was about to say, you got a little glimpse of his playmaking ability. He hit that crease, and he was one missed tackle away from making it a foot race to the end zone.
Trojans will start.
Let's see who they bring out for quarterback. Is it Kamari Perry or Cash Sanders? And let's see. It is going to be Cash Sanders, sophomore quarterback, number 18, for the Douglas Trojans. Kind of a jumbo set at the beginning. All up front, hands off to Ziegler on the right side. Finds a little crease and gets about a yard before he's brought down by a bunch of Falcons. I think it's going to be 2nd and 9 if they give him the forward progress. Could spot the ball just right at the line of scrimmage. We'll see what they do here.
It looked like he got maybe a yard.
Yeah, 1 yard gain. It's going to be 2nd down and 9 here for the Trojans. See, pistol formation, one running back in the backfield. It's Ziegler. Wide receiver on each side. Ball is snapped. Hands off to Ziegler. Makes one man miss, but another 1 yard gain for the Douglas Trojans. That front 7 for Millwood, picking up on it, hitting those gaps, making the tackles.
Yeah, they didn't have a lot of success last week, Douglas, running up the middle. It was everything they bounced outside where they got their biggest plays. Of course, you would think Millwood's probably got better team speed than what Star Spencer has. But so far, they're testing that inside running game.
Cash Sanders, Douglas quarterback in the pistol formation. Almost a double tight set. Looks to be that. Got one out back. Ball is snapped. Hands off to Ziegler. Hit in the backfield, and he's brought down. Now, there is a flag in the backfield here. Boy, number 64 Keith Bundage penetrated that interior defensive line and made the tackle in the backfield.
False start against the
Yep,
Trojans.
false start. It's declined.
Penalty decline.
So it's going to be 3rd down and 8 here for the Trojans.
A 3 and out. And, of course, this is the part of the game that you don't really talk as much about, especially.
Oh, okay. All right. I thought. Okay, you're right. You're right. It is a 3 and out. So they're gonna punt the football.
Yeah, and let's see what that kicking game can do for them.
You got Bryce Morris back to return the punt. Denver Young is kind of the middleman if things go south here. Ball is snapped. There's the punt. Pretty good punt. Morris is going to let it bounce. It touches him and then bounces out of bounds. So that's really close. If that had bounced inside, that would have been a dangerous play. But there is a flag on the play.
It was thrown as soon as the snap.
Coach Franklin inquiring about the call. And, that penalty's declined too.
Illegal procedure, yeah. Movement up front, so 3 and out.
So we'll see how Millwood responds here. This is their first offensive possession for the season here.
Yeah.
And Coach Franklin would not tell me who's starting at quarterback. He said it's going to be between Denver Young and Donnie Bly. And it looks like Denver Young is going to get his start at quarterback for the Falcons here today. One man in motion. Hands off to Keys up the middle. Got some ground. About 12 yards. Quick 11, 12 yards depending on the spot. That's a Millwood Falcon first down.
A lot of room right up front in the middle of the line.
First down.
And I think Gary and Maurice usually say fly, Falcons fly every first down.
Well, the Falcons been flying in this series the last 9 years.
Yes, they have. Good start on the first play of the game. It'll be a new set of downs, 1st and 10. 0-0 score early first quarter. Denver Young is a senior, so he's got the trust of his teammates. He fakes the handoff, rolls right, throws. Did he catch it? He was throwing to Marcellus Grant Johnson. They're going to say incomplete. Ball touched the ground. Marcellus has a different opinion about that, I think.
I thought he might have got his hands underneath it, too.
It looked close. If we had replay on the high school level, maybe that's something you would look into.
I don't think we have that.
But, no, we don't have that. All right, so that's going to be 2nd down and 10 here for the Falcons.
Better pass. He would have gotten some big yards on that. He was open. Instead of having
Douglas runs a 4-2-5 hybrid defensive scheme. They always like to have 4 guys rushing the passer. Young calling out the play. Grant in motion. Ball is snapped. Hands off to Keys on the right side. He's got some room to run. Cuts up. 35. And it's going to be right around the 35. I'm sorry. I'm getting all messed up. Okay, 45 yard line.
46, yeah.
And that's going to move the chains here for the Millwood Falcons.
Well, 2 carries. Keys got averaging about 10 yards a carry so far.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to like about Anthony Keys. He's a solid running back. He's everything you really want in a running back. Those tree trunk thighs and that low center of gravity. He can push some piles. He's going to make it tough on you to tackle. Ball is snapped, fakes the handoff, throws left side. Tried to hit Bryce Morris on the left side. Ball was overthrown, and that was probably a good thing.
Yeah, it's good it was high because that was going to be picked off had it not been overthrown because number 5, Kamari Perry, would have had that going the other way with his momentum. He would have scored on that pick.
All right, so 2nd down and 10 here for the Millwood Falcons at their own 46-yard line. Denver Young, the quarterback, gets the snap, drops back. Might have been a false start. Oh, no, offsides, Douglas Trojans. So that's going to be a free 5 yards for the Millwood Falcons. Got some substitutions coming in today as well. Caden Smith coming out. And you've got Marquise Vick coming in. He'll play a little tight end, wide receiver, or even H-back. 4 receivers split, 2 on each side. 1 running back in the backfield. It's Anthony Keys. And never mind, we got one player coming off. And is that another
fourth penalty? Another offsides on Douglas.
Wow. You know, Denver Young must have been practicing his hard count. He's gotten him to do it twice so far. So it's free first down there.
Yeah.
10 yards worth of penalties.
Yeah. And they had 2 on offense.
They're in Trojan territory at the 44-yard line. 3 receivers set, 2 on the wide side of the field, 1 to the left. Ball is snapped. Young runs right, throws over the middle, through the hands. Marquise Vick. And we've got a flag, and it could be an unsportsmanlike penalty. You've got the helmet coming off of Denver Young.
Personal foul on the
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't see the interaction.
Personal
but
foul.
I just saw them throw the flag, and then I saw Cadis Vick look upset, and then Denver Young didn't have his helmet on. So another free first down.
It's 15 yards.
Right.
They got 25 yards in penalties on this drive alone, Douglas.
Yeah, that's not the way you want to start this game.
No, they are personally moving them down the field. Millwood didn't have to do anything.
All right, shotgun, 2 backs, 1 on each side of the quarterback. You got Donnie Bly in the quarterback. Hands off to Keys. He's going to run right. Runs through one player. Now towards the sideline. Going to be pushed out about close to the 20. That's a truck stick hit, Myron. He just ran him, lowered his shoulder, absorbed the contact, put him on the ground, and kept running.
That's that those thighs you were talking about?
Yeah.
That's he just bounced off the would-be tackler and kept on going. Picked up about 9 yards.
Now, I think it's important to say, number 13, Donnie Bly, he's a freshman, and they really like what he brings to the table. He's not your normal freshman quarterback. He's very poised. Fakes the handoff. He's going to run it right, trying to get through. Cannot. And a really good tackle by number 19, Alante Russell of the Douglas Trojans. Solid defensive play on that play specifically. Will avoid the first down conversion, but it will be 3rd down and 6.
Big 3rd down. They could hold here.
And now you've got Denver Young back at quarterback. 2 receivers on each side. Anthony Keys standing right beside him. Now they're looking to Franklin. Good audible. Got 10 seconds on the play clock. Now Keys going to move to the left side. Ball is snapped, drops back. Middle screen to Keys, and it's picked up by the Douglas Trojans. They sniffed it out quick. Looking at a 4th down situation, but the big boys up front, number 90, Tristan Logan with the tackle. Read the screen and
this big tackle
acted accordingly.
They looked like that was going to go for big yards, and credit to Logan for snuffing that out. He didn't make that tackle. He's probably still running.
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're right. Here we go. 2 receivers on each side. Ball is snapped. Young's throwing over the middle, and it's incomplete. And it was being batted down by number 12, Isaiah Traylor. I thought he should have went for the ball, like try to catch it.
I think he was trying to get a hand on it, but I think it kind of distracted Keys because he looked like he didn't know where the ball was. So
right.
He did his job, and despite giving up 25 yards in penalties on 3 straight plays, Douglas holds, and they get the ball there on 25-yard line.
I mean, right? I mean, to have that many penalties and then be able to survive that.
Yes, that was because they looked like Millwood's going to score on that. And so I'm sure Coach Turner's saying, we can stay away from the penalties. let's see what we can do.
All right, Soul Bowl pregame jitters, first quarter jitters out the way. Trojans is going to get an opportunity. Runs right. Cash Sanders steps up off a block, still on his feet. Gets tackled on the far right side of the field for a gain of about 3 to 4 yards, I'm imagining. We'll see where they spot the football. It is positive yards.
About 4 yards.
But you see what Cash Sanders can bring to the table just as an athlete. And they really want to have an athletic quarterback, somebody that can throw but can also run too.
Yeah. And that's a nice gain on first down. So you're not set up like with 2nd and 8 or something like that. So now it's 2nd and 6.
And Millwood's really kind of putting a lot of people up front in the box. Sanders calling out the play. And we got a timeout or okay.
Play clock's about to run out.
Yep. And that's a smart move to avoid the delay of game. We'll take a quick timeout, 30-second timeout. We'll come back. More Soul Bowl Classic, sponsored by SSM Health here on Heart and Soul 92.1 1140, streaming live on PPBC TV. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Soul Bowl Classic. Douglas called a timeout to avoid the delay of game. 0-0 score. 5 minutes, 52 seconds in the first quarter. Each team has had a possession. Douglas is now with the football on their second possession. 2nd down and 6. Ball is snapped. Hands off to Ziegler. He gets to the right. Has the first down and more. Trying to get outside. Couldn't stay on his feet. Finally brought down. That was about a 15 to 16 yard gain right there. If he misses, if he gets through that last tackle, he's gone.
Yeah.
Off to the races.
It's a foot race, and he looks like a guy that didn't lose a lot of those. Again, you're seeing some of the moves and some of the speed he's got as a running back. Anything on the edge, he's got a chance to make a play for you.
It's so important for Millwood to keep contained, keep everything in front of you. And it's a difficult task when you've got a speedster like Ziegler in at tailback. Kind of a power formation pistol. Hands off to Ziegler on the left side, looking for a block. Gets to the outside, 40, 35, 30. Gets pushed out right around the 25. Came really close to a holding penalty. Did not get called, but they set that edge. He cut it up. Douglas Trojans have some momentum and now are approaching the red zone.
We saw this all last week against Star Spencer. When they go to the edge, they get around that end. Ziegler in particular, it's a big play waiting to happen, and he's off to a tremendous start. And they're at the 23-yard line of Millwood.
1st and 10. 2 receivers, 1 on each side, 1 in the backfield. Hands off to Ziegler. No, it was fake the handoff and kept it himself, and was hit hard in the backfield. That Millwood defensive line and those outside linebackers penetrated and basically got the quarterback sacked. I don't know if that was a play-action fake that they just sniffed out really quickly, but number 11, Marquise Vick of Millwood, makes the tackle for a loss. It's now 2nd and 17.
Yeah, what do you see what they call here? Kicking situation. I don't think they'd want to try a field goal with their guy. This is only 2nd down, but we got a timeout.
Yeah, got a timeout. All right, we'll take one real quick as well. We'll come back and see how. Actually, we won't. My apologies, Terry Muddy, our board op. I think it was an equipment timeout. Let's see what happens here. They're kind of the referees are kind of changing their minds here. My apologies. Back to our board operator. All right, here we go. Cash Sanders in a quarterback pistol formation, double tight. Receiver on each side, one running back. Ziegler drops back, rolls right, steps up, avoids one tackle, pitches it to Ziegler. He catches it, cuts inside, spins. What a play by the Douglas Trojan. I thought Cash Sanders was going to get sacked in the backfield. He made a play on the fly and pitched it to Ziegler, who got positive yards and made up for some of those quarterback sack yardage.
Well, and he was open before that. I didn't think he obviously didn't see him, Cash, because Ziegler was standing over there by himself when the pressure was coming. If he just throws it to him earlier, it's a good chance he maybe scores. As it is, he got those yards back, +3, about the 19-yard line. Now you're looking at third and about
third and 6.
Yeah, 6.
All right, pistol formation, receiver on each side. Ball is snapped. He's going to roll left, steps back, keeps running. Sanders looking for a lane, has it 10, 15, and he's going to be, or 15 to 10, he's going to be tackled right around the 8 or 9 yard line.
But it's first down, and he took a pretty big hit. Got outside containment. Millwood's playing man in the secondary. They didn't see him until it was too late, so he picks up a big first down.
They are inside the 10. It's first and goal from the 9.
Yeah.
First and goal for the Trojans.
Here we go. Can Douglas start this game up with a touchdown? All right, I formation. Sanders under center. Ball is snapped, fullback trap to Vick underneath, and he's going to bounce it outside. There just wasn't any room to run. Millwood's defense really filled those A and B gaps, and he had to bounce it outside and got brought down. So it'll bring second and goal from the 9.
Yeah, we'll see what they dial up here. This is a nice drive, obviously, though.
You've got some momentum. I mean, it'd be a shame to get all the way down here and not be able to get in the end zone.
Yeah, and I don't think the kicking game is as strong as you'd like. You'd like to punch this in, if certainly can, obviously. But I think if you're Douglas, this is showing that, yeah, you can do some things on the edge.
All right,
like you did last week.
Second and goal from the 7-yard line. Back to pistol formation. Ball is snapped, high snap. He's going to keep it now. He steps up, runs right, makes one man miss, steps up in the pocket, and gets tackled right around the 1-yard line. It's going to be third and goal from the 1. Cash Sanders he's like a bullfighter. He's olaying people just yip.
Yeah, he looked like he was going to be tossed for a loss for sure there, but he split a guy, spun off another guy, and looked like he might score. He ended up getting stopped at the 1, but that should have been a loss of about 5 to 6 yards. He turns to a positive play. You're on the doorstep of putting a 6 on the board.
3 feet away. Third and goal from the 1-yard line. I formation. Vick and Ziegler are the fullback and tailback. Sanders under center, gets it, gives it to Vick. I don't think he got it, but they also kind of pull up. That's a touchdown. He did get it. Touchdown, Douglas Trojans. They've scored the first touchdown of the game. They lead the game right now 6-0 with 1:03 left in the first quarter. Solid offensive possession, second possession of the game, and they're going to try and kick the extra point. Number 43, who I don't have on my roster. Here it is, kick is up. It is no good.
Yeah.
So they don't get the extra point, but they do score the touchdown. It is 6-0 Douglas Trojans here today at the Soul Bowl Classic, the 50th anniversary of this rivalry game.
Big drive for Douglas. Like I say, that's the kind of thing that, you had success the first 2 weeks. You may would question their opposition who they played. This shows that, no, it works against even good teams.
That's right.
So that's a good momentum builder for them.
Well, I think that is such a confidence boost because they just haven't been respected as much as they want these past 9 years. Millwood's won this game 9 years in a row. And to come out here and draw first blood and move your way down the field and to get into the end zone the way they did, they got to feel pretty good about that. And I know Damon Turner is pretty happy about that as well. So how is Millwood going to respond? We're going to find out here in a minute.
And if you're Millwood, you moved the ball in that last drive. You ran some deep in their own territory and were not able to convert, but you've had success with your offense. So let's see, how do they respond? Do they get this touchdown back?
Back to return the kick for Millwood is Carter Ray, number 7, Anthony Keys, number 2, and Bryce Morris, number 5. Now, sometimes you'll see Douglas get a little quirky with the kick. They'll deep onside, squib kicks, and then, regular kicks as well. And they're going to kick it right down the middle. Carter Ray's going to get it at the 15, 20, 25, and he's brought down. Solid tackle by number 12, Isaiah Traylor. See where they spot this football. Millwood's, they've only had one offensive possession. They got a bunch of penalty yards, but they have had some success running the football. But they just got stuck in a bad situation last possession and did not get the first down. Went for it on 4th. It was an incomplete pass. Gave the football back to Trojans of Douglas, and they went down and scored. So how is Millwood going to respond here? Denver Young in at quarterback, the senior. Twins right, one in motion. It's Carter Ray. They're going to hand him on an end around. He cannot get on the end around. It's Cadis Vick who picked it up, grabbed him by the jersey, and slung him down. And there's some momentum right now with the Douglas Trojans. They're feeling it.
Yeah, that's exactly what that is. Big-time tackle. Looked like it might go for some positive yards, but Vick, who also plays a little running back for them, does the job at that defensive end slot.
All right, Young back at quarterback, kind of talking with his teammates, relaying the play, trying to get lined up. 3 receivers set, 2 to the wide side of the field, 1 to the short side. 1 man in motion, Keys. He fakes the throw, and he's sacked in the backfield. Douglas Trojans get through the line of scrimmage, and it's Cadis Vick again with the sack. And you've got number 43 who's also in on the sack as well. I don't have him on the roster.
Nope, that's what I was looking at. No, but he was also in there on the play. And so they're playing with some emotion right now.
And that's the end of the first quarter. The Douglas Trojans are up 6-0 on the Millwood Falcons here at L.W. Goods Stadium. We're going to take a real quick commercial break and come back with second quarter action. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Soul Bowl broadcast, sponsored by SSM Health on Heart and Soul 92.1 1140 and streaming live on PPBC TV. We'll be right back. We are back, Soul Bowl Classic, sponsored by SSM Health and Heart and Soul 92.1 1140, streaming live on PPBC TV, straight to your mobile device. About to get the second quarter underway. The Douglas Trojans are up 6-0 on the Millwood Falcons. It's 3rd and 15 for the Millwood Falcons. Denver Young in a quarterback shotgun formation. Ball is snapped. He runs right, looking to throw, and does. Complete to number 11, Marquise Vick, for about a 13 yard gain. He's short of the first down marker, but he got some chunk plays. It's going to be a 4th down situation. 4th and 3 for the Millwood Falcons. Now, they're still in their own territory. They're on their own 35. And it's 4th and 3.
They're either going for it or they're going to act like they're going for it. And Douglas did have a couple of times they jumped off sides early in the first quarter.
Now their offense is out there. Devender Young is their quarterback. Now, sometimes you'll see a quick kick, but they're going to run a play. Hands off to Keys. And I don't know, Myron, it's close. It is really close.
The ref is giving a pretty good mark there, though. It's going to be close.
Douglas is saying no. Millwood is saying yes. and nobody's coming off the field yet. Are they going to bring out the measurements?
I think they're going to have to.
Yep. Boy, we're kind of at a different angle, so it's a little bit difficult to really see from our perspective, but goodness gracious, it's close. And let's see what the chain gang is doing. Wow, this is a huge play here in the game. 4th down, and I don't know if they got it or not. They did not! Douglas Trojans is going to get the football back deep in Millwood territory. Huge stop on 4th down. They've already got a 6-0 lead here in the second quarter. Now they're going to get the football back on the Millwood 38-yard line. Wow.
What do you think Ziegler touches the ball somewhere along?
Yeah, I'd be willing to bet the house on it. I'd be willing to bet the house. Now, you got to do something with this if you're Douglas, right?
Yeah.
Like you have a chance to make this a 2-possession game to start the Soul Bowl in the 50th anniversary. Sanders in the pistol formation, gets the snap, hands off to Ziegler on the right side. He's got some room to go. 35, 30, cuts back, gets pushed out of bounds. That's close to a first down. You're right. He hits that edge, though.
Yeah, he gets that edge, man. This is what they did last week.
It is right. Like it's on film. Millwood has to figure out a way to keep contained and keep him inside. Okay, we've got a flag. So, and Douglas is walking back, so it's probably a hold.
Yep, probably a hold.
And sure enough,
Holding on the Trojans.
all right, so they're going to spot the ball at midfield. Still in Millwood territory, just at the 49. So
just
you're
barely.
Right, you're just right there at the middle.
If you would like to become a sponsor or include it
Under 11 minutes left in this second quarter. Again, our score is 6-0. Douglas has the ball with 6-point lead. Pistol formation, ball is snapped. High snap. Sanders tried to fake it. Now he got rid of the tacklers, and eventually they all caught up with him. He avoided 2 of them, almost avoided a third, and then a 4th guy came in and threw him down to the ground. So that's going to be a big loss.
He must have butter on his jersey or some grease. I mean, he's guys flying over his head. He's spinning. But the entire front 7 got in the backfield.
I don't know. If we're in Mexico, he could be a hell of a bullfighter. The way he's spinning and contorting his body to avoid the tackle. But they're in a tough situation here. It is 2nd and 27 for the Douglas Trojans. 1 man in motion. Back on each side. It's timeout. Timeout. It came close to another delay of game, so Turner's got to burn a timeout. We'll take one, too. You're listening to Soul Bowl Classic, 50th anniversary, sponsored by SSM Health on Heart and Soul 92.1 1140, streaming live on PPBC TV. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. Soul Bowl Classic 2025. Douglas Trojans up 6-0. They have the football. They could make it a 2-possession game if they score, but it's 2nd and 27 from their own 45-yard line. Ball is snapped. Sanders drops back, looking to throw. Steps up in the pocket, makes one man miss. Makes another man miss, gets to the 50, and is brought down right at the 49. So he got positive yards again. How he's escaping these tackles is impressive. But also when you look at it from Coach Darwin Franklin's point of view, his guys got to wrap up.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think they're going for the kill shot or whatever, but he's making a lot of guys miss.
I feel the fury from Darwin Franklin right now because he just wants his guys to play fundamentals. Make your tackles. There's been far too many missed tackles for the Millwood Falcons so far today. 3rd down and 21. Still a tough situation to overcome. Twin receivers on each side. One running back behind the quarterback, Cash Sanders. He gets the ball, looks, drops back, moves left, and he's not going to get out of that one. He is gang tackled. Now, there is a flag on the play.
Maybe a face mask?
It could be a face mask. It could be a hold.
Well, they waited too late to hold if it's hold.
Yes.
If you'd have done a better job of holding, he wouldn't have had like 8 guys on.
Right, right. It's a good point, Byron.
I mean, come on. If you're going
to hold,
don't wait till I'm getting beat up by 4 or 5 guys. Hold earlier.
Fair assessment. All right. Let's see what the call. This could be the saving grace. I mean, and if it is, Cash Sanders paid the price. And it is on Millwood. So they're moving the ball all the way up
It's
to the 43-yard line.
It is a face mask.
That's an automatic first down in, right?
They hadn't said that. But he did give the face mask. That's why it's 15 yards.
Okay, it is 3rd down. It's not an automatic first down. It's just third and 15. All right, here we go. Twin receivers on the right side. Ball is snapped. Hands off to Ziegler. Can't get through that first line of defense. The Millwood Falcon defensive line held strong. Kamari Perry is in at quarterback for Douglas. I think they're giving Cash Sanders a breather here. He's been working his tail off so far this game. I don't blame him. He needs a shot of water on the sideline there. All right. So now it's 4th and 15, and it looks like the punt team has been brought out for the Douglas Trojans. They're going to kick the ball to Millwood, and Carter Ray, number 7, is going to return the punt. There is the punt. It's going to go directly to Carter Ray. He runs left, 20, 25, and he's going to be brought down around the 28-yard line. So Millwood's going to get the ball back, avoids going down 2 possessions. This is a very fixable situation for the Millwood Falcons. Just down 6-0, 7:46 in the 2nd quarter. They have not scored yet.
No. And they had some positive plays on that first drive. And then they got some, weren't able to convert down here on 4th down. Since then, Douglas is, they've kind of controlled things with their defense. Let's see if Millwood can get back to what they were doing, which was Terrence Keys.
I missed the penalty. It's on the Douglas Trojans. So that's going to put Millwood in a little bit better field position. They're now on the 44-yard line, 1st down and 10 Falcons.
Another face mask.
Donnie Bly is in the game, the freshman quarterback that they're really excited about. Twin receivers on the right side, the wide side of the field. Anthony Keys next to him. Ball is snapped. Fakes the handoff. Throws to Carter Ray. Didn't quite put enough mustard on the throw. It's short. So incomplete pass. It'll be 2nd and 10 for the Falcons.
That'd be a nice bounce pass in basketball.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. He could have hit the 3 if he'd have got that. But
now here's the thing with Millwood. They always find these freshmen that turn out to be really good players. I mean, there's always 1 or 2 that come along and are able to play varsity for them.
That's right. And I saw Donnie Bly participate in the West Welker 7-on-7 tournament over the summer. I was impressed with him. I mean, he could throw a good ball. He just didn't on that play. All right. Ball is snapped. Hands off to Keys. He cuts up the middle, has some blockers. Got a solid 6 yards, 5-6-yard gain before he's brought down.
And that's how they started the game. He had his first 2 carries. He had 10 yards of carry on that exact play. Didn't get to 10 here, but he got 6 to set him up 3rd and manageable.
All right. Donnie Bly calling out the cadence. Has a back on each side. Also has an H-back. Receiver on each side. Ball is snapped. Hands off to Keys. Up the middle, and he's not going to get much. That might be a 1 yard loss. Douglas Trojan defensive line taking up those A-B gaps, not allowing anything through. And now it's going to be a 4th down situation.
They look like they're going for it again.
They're right at midfield at the 48-yard line, and there's a timeout.
Well, think about it.
Coach Franklin needs to have a meeting of the minds with his players. We'll take a quick timeout, come back. We'll see how this 4th down situation, see what happens. Soul Bowl Classic, sponsored by SSM Health on Heart and Soul 92.1, 1140, streaming live on PPBC TV. All right, we're back. Millwood has decided to punt the football, and it's a really good punt. Is that going to get in the end zone? Oh, it's going to be caught inside the 5. Really good punt by the Millwood Falcons, who just put it perfectly. Douglas has a 6-point lead, but if they want to score again, they've got to go 95-plus yards on this drive.
Yeah, and really I think the return guy had a chance to maybe pick that up because and maybe just at least stop around the 10 or 12, maybe get a few yards, get it back to the 20. I guess he was being careful not to muff it or fumble it or whatever, but he had some time to kind of pick it up before it got down there. As it is, if you're Millwood, that's what you want. Your defense has now got them backed up inside their 5-yard line. If you contain them here, you're going to get great field position.
I'm trying to, we are 6.5 minutes until halftime. Millwood has not scored any. 0. I don't know the last time they've been shut out in the first half. Now, it's not over yet. Trojans with the football, hands off to Ziegler. He's going to get tackled for a loss. He's approaching.
Barely got out of the end zone.
Woo! Jeez, that was really close to being a safety. There's not any room to move back right now. So it's going to be, let's see, they're right there on the 1. I mean, probably the half-yard line.
And you really can't afford to say, hey, just go to the edge because it takes a while to get to the edge. You get caught in the end zone.
I think Millwood's bringing everybody here.
Second down to 13.
Ball is snapped. Hands off to Vic. He's got maybe a yard.
Gain of 1.
Just, they'll run that I formation and the fullback trap right up the middle into 8 gap. And he got about a foot and a half. So it's going to be 3rd down and 12 from their own 1-yard line. Yeah, their own 2-yard line. So you just want to do everything you can to avoid the safety here in this situation. I formation once again. Cash Sanders under center. Gets the snap, hands off to Vic. The fullback trap gets another yard.
About the 4.
Yeah. Maybe 2. It's going to bring up 4th down.
4th down.
And force Douglas to punt the football here. But don't be surprised if Millwood runs the punt block and tries to put a hand on this football. Anthony Keys is back as the punt returner. We know how tough he is to get brought down. Number 43 is going to come in as the punter for the Douglas Trojans. He's also their kicker when they need him. late substitutions here, or just one player's late to the party. And you got to call a timeout to avoid the delay of game, and Coach Turner, I'm sure, is not happy with that. They're out of timeouts.
Never say, you got to be out of timeouts now. So you're going to go the remaining 4:19 with no timeouts. Of course, you want to make sure you get this off. I mean, the punting, he's not a horrible punter, but they should get great field position.
Well, you'd love that. I mean, ideal punt is to kick it far, but also a lot of hang time. If Anthony Keys catches this punt with not very many people around, he's liable to score. He's that kind of player. Tough to bring down, not afraid of contact.
Well, I would say you can have one or the other. A lot of hang time or a lot of length.
Right.
So which one you want? Can't have both.
I mean, in this situation, probably a lot of hang time. It just depends on how. I don't know. What do you think about Millwood's kicker? Maybe I should have asked Franklin about that.
I think with Millwood, you're thinking touchdown.
Right.
You're going to get great field position out of this unless you fumble, of course.
Right. All right, they got two punt returners back, Carter Ray and Anthony Keys, and there's the ball. It's going to be picked up by Keys on the right side, 35-yard line, and he's going to be brought down right around the 33. So, great field position if you're Millwood.
It's a great tackle by Ziegler. If he doesn't make that tackle, he's getting another 20 yards or so.
Right.
But, yeah, they've got great field position.
And you've got time here. 4 minutes, 10 seconds left in the second quarter. Scores 6-0. Douglas with a 6-point lead. But Millwood definitely wants to score to tie this up and perhaps take the lead of their own via an extra point or going for two. All right, Denver Young in at quarterback. Kind of a jumbo formation. Twin receivers to the left. Anthony Keys in the backfield. Ball is snapped. Hands off to Keys, and he stood up. In fact, it's going to be a tackle for a lost. Trojans penetrated about four of them.
Yeah, they
got in the backfield and just gang tackled him.
They had both ends pinching in, so if he tried to bounce, he wasn't going anywhere. Then you had guys up the middle. I mean, that's a breakdown up front.
Now, again, as I said in pregame, Jeremiah Hogan is a senior offensive line. He's the center for this Millwood offensive line. He's the only returning starter from last year. They got all the way to the state championship game. So you've got some new blood in there. Ball is snapped. Throws the left side screen to Keys. 30, 25, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown, Millwood Falcons. But we've got laundry on the field.
I think we got a hold. I think they got a hold, which allowed him to get around that end. And I'm not sure he really needed it.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I thought just being in the way, you don't necessarily need to grab a jersey or hold anybody. Just get in the way and then allow Anthony Keys to make the cuts needed to move up the field. And you can see the assistant coaches kind of teaching them, like, hey, next time let's get this right. But that is a hold. That's going to bring back the touchdown, take the touchdown off the board.
It's one of those things that when the defender wants to turn and run, you got to let him go. And he was not going to catch Keys because he had already turned the corner.
Second down 15 from the Douglas 36-yard line. Shotgun formation. Young sends Keys in motion, gets the ball, fakes the throw. Now he's going to throw it deep. Has a man, Carter Ray, over the middle. Touchdown, Millwood Falcons. 36-yard touchdown pass from the senior Denver Young to number 7 wide receiver Carter Ray, who's a sophomore for this Millwood Falcon football team. And they've now tied it up with their first score of the game.
And the quarterback faked like he was going to throw it again to the out. It's kind of the same play they ran before, but he faked that, and Carter Ray's running right down the middle of the field, wearing that same number jersey 7 that DeMar and Houston wore about 4 or 5 years ago, 6 years ago, when he and Marcus Major and all those guys were up here running for Millwood. But great throw, great catch. They're an extra point away from taking the lead.
And Denver Young's going to kick the extra point. Here's the snap. Kick is up. And it's good. Millwood Falcons take the lead by 1 with a score of 7-6. With 3 minutes, 8 seconds left in the second quarter. We're going to take a quick break, come back and see if Douglas can answer and retake the lead. It's the Soul Bowl Classic 50th anniversary, sponsored by SSM Health at St. Anthony on Heart and Soul 92.1 at 1140. It's streaming live on PPBC TV. We are back with the 50th Soul Bowl Classic between Millwood and Douglas. A score of 7-6. The Millwood Falcons have a 1-point lead with 3 minutes and 8 seconds in the second quarter. Stay tuned for halftime, sponsored by SSM Health and Love's Student of the Month. We'll recap everything we've witnessed here in the first half, and then we'll talk keys, adjustments, and what it's going to take for either team to win here in the second half. So stay tuned for that, our halftime sponsor. Again, SSM Health and Love's Student of the Month. So Millwood's going to kick the football back to Douglas. They're down to 1, 3 minutes, 8 seconds. They don't have any timeouts. And kind of a deep onside. It's going to go out of bounds, and that's going to be a penalty. We've got a little bit of a scrum here at the 45. They're just getting after it. Now where we go? Okay. It was just a physical block.
Well, blocks are usually physical.
That's right. That's right. No harm, no foul. Okay.
We'll see how Douglas responds now.
Absolutely, and they've got some time. 3 minutes, 8 seconds. When you've got an explosive player like Zamarius Ziegler, I mean, he just needs a few seconds to run up and down the field.
Well, you got to give Darwin Franklin credit. Thought about going for it, didn't, punt him deep, 3 and out, great field position, touchdown.
Cadis Vick is the tailback, pistol formation. Cass Sanders back in the game, drops back, moves up in the pocket, throws, overthrows Ziegler on the right side. It's going to be an incomplete pass. That'll stop the clock, 3:02.
I think he thought Anthony Keys standing over there on the sideline was his teammate.
Right.
He's wearing blue. I mean, he was open, Ziegler, but he overthrew him big time.
Cash Sanders, his pocket presence, keeping his eyes down the field but still kind of sensing that pressure and moving around in the pocket. I like what he's doing.
Yeah, and he's picked up some plays on just scrambles.
He's a sophomore quarterback for Douglas. Okay, 3 receivers split, 2 on one side, 1 on the other. Ball is snapped. Hands off to Vick. Loses the ball. Loose ball. Whose ball is it?
I think Douglas got it back. There's this. Looks like number 75 got down there on it.
Yeah, never quite made the quarterback to running back exchange. He had the ball in one hand, and then it went flying. So now it's going to be bringing up a 3rd down situation. 3rd and long. 3rd and 10 from their own 35-yard line. 2:56 left in the second quarter.
Now, if you're Millwood, you're thinking, if we get a stop here, we got a chance to score.
Right. Clock is ticking. We're now, under 2 minutes and 50 seconds until halftime. Low-scoring game.
You're going to let this clock run as much as possible. Yeah, it is.
Twin receivers on each side. Ball is snapped. And, Cash Sanders going to keep it and run to the right, and he can't avoid those Millwood Falcons. Goodness gracious, Marquise Vick getting in the backfield, just being a disruptor. and he's pretty stoked about it.
He's happy about it, yes.
Fourth down situation. It looks like Douglas is going to punt, and they're going to probably – yeah, we've got a timeout by Darwin Franklin, and because he called that timeout, that's going to stop the clock. His team will get the ball back, and they'll have an opportunity to score one more time here before halftime. We're going to stay right here. Again, we want to thank everybody that's watching this game live. We really do appreciate the support. The players appreciate the support. And we couldn't do it without our sponsors, SSM Health, Love Student of the Month, First Security Bank, Counseling Solutions and Interventions, Narissa Berry Insurance, Bank First, Big O's Pork and Dreams Barbecue, some of my favorite, Guiding Right, Power 103.5, OKC Sports Radio 105.3, the Black Chronicle newspaper, and Heart and Soul 92.1 and 1140. All right, 2 minutes, 4 seconds until halftime. Douglas Trojans in punt formation. They're going to kick the ball back to Millwood, who's got a 1-point lead. And there's the punt. It's a pretty good one. And fair catch by Anthony Keys. They're going to mark the football at the 34-yard line for the Millwood Falcons. 1st and 10 from the Douglas 34. We do have some laundry on the field. See what this penalty is. And it looks like, at least Douglas is acting like it's going to be against Millwood. And face mask. I mean, he pointed to Douglas, but they're moving back.
I want to give a huge shout out to class of 2000. They are here for their 25th.
Okay, so I think it was on Millwood.
1995 is here for their 30th.
No, it looks like he's going.
Oh, okay, there we go. Okay, it is on Douglas.
Yeah.
All right, Trojans committed the face mask. So that's going to move up to the 39-yard line. 1st and 10, Falcons. Under 2 minutes left until halftime. They'd love to add to their lead. They're only up 7-6.
It must have been a hole because there's only 5 yards he moved up.
Ball is snapped. Young runs left. Throws, completes to Carter Ray, gets pushed out of bounds. Short gain, pass and catch for just a few yards before he's pushed out of bounds. Now, it did stop the clock. Minute 51, it'll be 2nd down and 8 from the 41-yard line for the Millwood Falcons. Three receivers on the right side. Wide side of the field, one receiver on the short side. It's Bryce Morris. Ball is snapped, throws to Morris, catches, runs, gets upfield. Can he get out of bounds? Yes, he can.
He did a good job dragging his defender.
And he got a first down, too.
That's a Falcon first
So,
down and 10.
Fly, Falcons, fly, as Mo Prince and Gary Woods like to say. All right. Everyone's head is on a swivel. They're looking at the scoreboard, the clock, and then they're looking at what's going on to the field. 1st and 10 from the 50. Denver Young in at quarterback. 4 receivers split, 2 on each side. Ball is snapped. Rolls right, throws. Has a man. Oh, through the fingertips of Bryce Morris. Oh, so close. If he catches that in stride, he's gone. But that's going to stop the clock at 1:38.
Yeah, he had a step on a couple guys. If he catches that, that's a touchdown. Still just 2nd down.
Let's see if they go back to that at some point in the game. It may not be right now, but that's something I'm going to remember and probably run again in the second half if I'm Coach Darwin Franklin. Denver Young gets the snap, fakes left, throws, and he's going to try and hit Carter Ray, which is a similar play, but very much overthrown, so that's going to be an incomplete. It's going to bring 3rd down and 10, 1:32 until halftime.
Douglas getting some penetration on those passes. I mean, he's getting them off, but They're having trouble up front blocking the Douglas front.
Yeah, I've been impressed with number 90, Tristan Logan, the junior defensive tackle. He's a big old boy down there. Then you've got Devontae McCathern, junior defensive end, has played well today as well. 4 receivers or 5? No. Trying to get lined up. We got one too many on the field, has to bring one off. So it's 4 receiver split, 2 on each side. Anthony Keys to the right side of Denver Young gets it, drops back, throws, and intercepted Douglas Trojans. Number 12, Isaiah Traylor, the junior linebacker, gets the pick, is immediately brought down. That's going to prevent Millwood from adding more points to the scoreboard. They've already got a 1-point lead, but Douglas gets the football back with 1 minute and 27 seconds left in the second quarter.
And I was talking about the penetration they're getting up front. That time it was Kadeus Vick, the defensive end, hitting the quarterback just as he releases it. And pass was off target. Nice interception by Douglas. Set them up, see if they can do something this final 127.
Yeah, but they don't have any timeouts. So it'll be interesting to see if they just put this in the air. If they do, just kind of rely on a home run from Ziegler. Ball is snapped. Sanders drops back, steps up in the pocket. Now he's going to run. He's going to try and get out of bounds. He gets hit, and he's going to stay inbounds. He got about a 3-yard gain before he's brought down, and that's going to keep the clock running. Minute 10, minute 9, minute 8. If they're going to credit him for a 5-yard gain.
Somebody said he was scared.
I heard that. I don't know who said it. I
heard that way down there. Somebody said he was scared. Come on. He said, you take those hits.
He had those 2 big Millwood Falcon fans coming at him. 2nd and 5, 40 seconds left in the game. Ball is snapped. Hands off to Ziegler on the outside. Cuts inside. Has some room to run. 50, 45, 40, and he's finally caught up. He did not get out of bounds, so that clock is going to continue. 30, 29. Ziegler almost hit that home run, outside run that I talked about.
He gave him a leg and took it back.
He's now in Millwood territory. 25 seconds left in the second quarter. Ball is snapped, high snap. He spikes it to stop the clock, so it'll be 2nd and 10 for the Douglas Trojans. 19 seconds left in the second quarter. It's been a back and forth first half here at the 50th anniversary of this Soul Bowl Classic. Millwood with a 1-point lead, 7-6 right now with 19 seconds left.
They lost about 11 seconds there, trying to get lined up and so they could stop the clock.
I mean, you just go with what you feel like you can score on, right?
Yeah, Vic's something. I mean, he's a Ziegler brother. He's something else, man. He really is. He's showing it wasn't just against some subpar competition. He's a big-time player.
Double tight, receiver on each side, 1 running back. Ball is snapped. Hands off to Ziegler. Steps up. 35. Trying to go outside. 30. 25, 20. 15. He's going to get brought down.
Got to get out of bounds, though.
6 seconds left.
You got to take that out of bounds.
They're going to stop the clock to move the chains, and it's going to start again. Yeah, I don't know if Douglas wants to get the snap and immediately spike it. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Does he get it off?
Nope. That's it.
That's it.
Half's over. Ziegler's got tremendous half he's had, but you got to get that out of bounds. Save that time. If he does that, then they probably, instead of having 7 seconds, maybe they've got 10 seconds, 11 seconds. Because you got to make a determination. I can't get that last guy. Get out of bounds, and then give it to him again.
Right. Well, but it is halftime. Millwood is up 7-6. Here going into the third quarter. It makes me, just that last possession, getting so close, moving all the way down the field. Makes me think about some of those timeouts they had to use earlier in the game to avoid the delay of game.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's exactly right.
If you could foresee the future, you would have been, give me the delay of game so I can have it.
Yeah, they burned their timeouts with about 4 or 5 minutes left in the half because of that. But we got a game, though.
We do.
It's 7-6. We got a game. Second half's going to be fun.
Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, absolutely. 7-6 here at halftime of the Soul Bowl. I want to thank everybody that's been tuning in. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and maybe a little bit more than quick. We're going to be interviewing Miles Perry, who is the man, the myth, the legend when it comes to Super Prep, who does a great job of covering high school athletics from around the state of Oklahoma. He's covering this game, interviewing the players, and letting everybody kind of in on this rivalry. But low-scoring game here for the Soul Bowl Classic in 2025. 7-6, Millwood with a 1-point lead. We've got the SSM Health Love Student of the Month halftime show coming up next. Stick around here on Heart and Soul 92.1 and 1140, and streaming live on PPBC TV.
Real deal barber. Ben, you may touch the field. The band show today is a tribute to the music and the legacy of the mighty OJ. We will perform a precision drill to the love train. Who are special call on the side of the east side. Coach Richard 3 and Mr. Andre Francisco. Who will perform the classic Coach ballad, Stairway to Heaven, featuring the fabulous flag. Now it's time to break it down. Take a through that,
This broadcast is the exclusive property of Perry Publishing and Broadcasting Company. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, reproduction, or any other use of the accounts, descriptions, or audiovisual elements of this broadcast without the express written consent of Perry Publishing and Broadcasting Company is strictly prohibited. All rights reserved.
If you haven't followed Super Prep on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, you name it, they've got a platform for it. Super Prep does a great job of covering high school athletics and all of the athletes from around the state of Oklahoma, and it was all created and ran by Miles Perry, who's here with us today. Miles, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing pretty good.
Game.
We got a heck of a game here. It's a 1 point difference here. Millwood's on top 7-6 on top of Douglas. We're just a few minutes away from getting this second half started, but just what have you been impressed with so far this fall season? You've been to a lot of football games. You've been covering a lot of different fall sporting events. What's been a surprise for you?
To be honest with you guys, this is my first fall sporting event. I've been busy with school, but I've been watching. I think the Bigsby's dominance has been the surprising factor to me. I didn't think they'd be as dominant as they were last year going into the season. And coming into this game today, Douglas is putting up a fight. They scored first, and that surprised me a lot. I think Myron said something about it earlier. He goes, they got better than last year, and they have. So, yeah. And this is Millwood's first game. So
Right. And so it's kind of a perfect timing. I mean, would you say it, Myron? I mean, obviously it's a little bit of an advantage when you've already played 2 games.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that Darren Franklin, when he was talking pregame, was, I don't want to say concerned, but he's talking about it's just another game because he knew it's that first contest, how guys going to play with fans in the stand, the band's playing, mom and daddy are watching, things of that nature. So, but we got a game, that's great. I think this has been an enjoyable first half. You know, I'm kind of curious of what you do with Super Pro. I was mentioning off the air with you, I get a lot of compliments about your site, man, about keeping up where who's going where, who transferred here, and that kind of stuff, which today is almost a full-time job because guys jump around so much.
it is a full-time job, and I think I want to say figured out the recipe, but I think over the last few years I've built relationships where I think kids just reach out to me first, and I reciprocate, and I reach out to them first, and it goes back and forth. And I think for anyone that's trying to start something or build anything, relationships are key, right, in anything you do.
Yeah.
And I think I've been blessed to be able to build relationships with kids and, parents and coaches and athletic directors and people like you guys. They help me keep me in the loop, even though I'm not in the loop sometimes.
And you kind of have a team of different people that come in and report back and post and do interviews of their own. So it's not just you.
It's not just me. No, I don't like to take
you get all the credit.
Take all the credit. I don't want to take all the credit.
There's all me.
But no, but I've been fortunate enough to have people to help me along the way. Like you said, my team. Shout out to Jackson, Alyssa, and all the guys at OU to help me out. But and I think me staying in help, like I said, the relationships wise, staying in the loop. Jackson tells me stuff. He's our Bigsby cover. He's from Bigsby. And so, it's stuff like that. I think that to answer your question, that helps me stay in the loop. And also, I do pay attention too. So, yeah.
Well, and, Myron has a radio show. I have a radio show. I'm always screenshotting different posts that you're making. Okay, so-and-so did this and performed well in this game, and so-and-so is committed to go play college football at this place. I'm screenshotting it. You're doing all the work, and then I'm just, taking it and reporting it back to the people.
But that's how it's supposed to work. At the end of the day, we're a big family and a company, right? So I think it helps hand in hand. It goes hand in hand.
You've seen a lot of different rivalries around the state, too. Where's Soul Bowl rank with you?
I think Soul Bowl's top 3. I think growing up being around it, my dad played in it, my grandpa played in it, my dad played for Millwood, my dad played for Douglas, but and then also the middle school, I think it was at its height. I think Soul Bowl's taken a fall in the last few years. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but I think it's coming back to that now. But I think it's top 3 for sure. And I think another rivalry that I don't think's around anymore, but Cassidy and Heritage Hall Polo Bowl.
That's right.
I think that's one of the top I've ever seen too. Those games used to be packed out. And then I think Battle of the Bishops is up there too, BK versus McGinnis. And then I think Owasso versus Jenks is one of the biggest rivalries
too. Yeah. Southside Bedlam.
Yeah.
Southside Showdown. I mean, there's several different ones.
Well, I tell you, one thing that's happened, like the Moore War is big and still big, but then you had the split with Westmore and Southmore. Kind of changed the dynamic a little bit there, but there's a lot of big-time rivalries, Jenks Union, things of that nature.
Carl Albert, Midwest City.
Yeah.
You know, even Dell City with Coach Robert Jones over there is doing a really good job.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a special thing. I love to have rivalries. Seems like we're getting less and less rivalry games on the college level. We don't have Bedlam anymore between OU and Oklahoma.
Yeah. They're playing basketball, but not in football. Yeah,
that's right. And they played in hockey the other day. Did you know that?
OSU. I did not know they played.
OU and OSU have a hockey team now. It's not like
I knew OU had a club team. I didn't know OSU had a club team.
They got a club team. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. And sometimes they'll play their hockey games in Edmond, but that's neither here nor there. That's neither here.
Well, how do you guys feel that these transfers in high school with this new rule in the OSSA has hurt some of these inner city high schools?
I think you get a split. It really depends. And Byron, you tell me, but I think if you get transfer players in that are talented, you're okay with it. But if you lose a talented kid to a rival school or to another school, you're pretty upset about it.
Well, let's be honest. C.J. Turnbull will be in this game if you weren't at Putnam City.
He's here right now.
You know. So
yeah, attendance in the stands.
He's here. Yeah, he's hanging out outside. There's a lot of kids here, you know, that have transferred over the summer. They're at this game right now. So yeah, it's interesting to see that too. They come back and hang out. You know.
Hey, pretty much. I talked to a bunch of coaches, and usually they're complaining to me about it. You can live anywhere. If you can get there, you can go.
That's right.
Basically.
I mean,
if you want to drive, you got a car. If you want to live in Norman and play for El Reno, go ahead. If you get there,
exactly. Yeah. I mean, and you're allowed to transfer that one time.
Yeah.
Restriction free.
Yeah.
Miles, how do our listeners, our viewers, follow you on Facebook, Instagram? I mean, they want to take in your content. You bring so much to the table. You're covering a lot of different sports. You have a team that do it. How do we follow along?
Just look up Super Prep OK, or even OKC Sports Radio. It's all synced into one account. They both hand in hand go together. So Super Prep OK or OKC Sports Radio 105.3. Just look us up on Facebook, Twitter. We're on Threads, YouTube, you name it, and just look us up. And also my Instagram is at Russell Miles Perry if you want to follow me, because stuff pops up on my account too. So there you go.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good. Well, we look forward to talking with you more. And you have a prediction of how the second half is going to go?
I think it's going to be I still think it's going to be a one-score game at the end of the game. Both offenses they have some success, and then they struggle a little bit here and there. And I think Millwood's trying to figure out who their quarterback is. Oh, he might run back his kickoff
50,
return back.
45, 40.
Oh.
Goodness gracious! Second half started off with a big return from Millwood.
Deep onside, not deep enough. How about that?
That's right. That's right. Well, we appreciate it, Miles.
I appreciate you guys.
We'll talk soon, my friend.
We will.
All right, man.
All right.
Take care.
Very good. That was Larry Grizzard, the freshman running back that had that big return for the Millwood Falcons.
You know what? When I was naming all the players who played in this series, I should have mentioned Mr. Perry. He was he was a big time. Well, he didn't play in this series, but he played with Douglas.
That's right.
Big time quarterback back in his day. I've seen some pictures. And of course, Kevin played here at Millwood in the 90s. His son.
Donnie Bly is in at quarterback for the Falcons. Drops back and reverse. Has some room to run. And it gives it 30, 25, 20. Ripped down right around the 15-yard line. That's number 4, Connor Smith, for the Millwood Falcons to get into the red zone. Very well executed reverse play. Douglas was not prepared for it.
No, and they're coming out pretty aggressive. They got the big return on the too short, I guess, deep onside or whatever. And here it is. They're at the 18-yard line, threatening to score.
Here we go. Pistol formation. Ball is snapped. Gives it to Keys. Weaving in and out. Now bounces outside. Down to the 5. And I think they're going to mark him at the 4. Just trying to weave in and out, trying to get away from those Douglas Trojans. Did a good job of getting a lot closer to the goal line. It'll be first and goal from the 4.
I think they got to do better talk at halftime, because they've come out pretty aggressive and making plays and looking to expand on their 7-6 lead.
And this could be the play. Again, Donnie Bly, the freshman, in at quarterback right now in the pistol formation. Anthony Keys right behind him. Ball is snapped, gives it to Keys. Makes one man miss, but there were several other Douglas Trojans in the vicinity.
He's tackled in the backfield. It's a nice stop there by Douglas. Is that Cash Sanders on that stop?
I know it was Jeremiah Thomas that initially made the hit.
Number 10, Thomas with the tackle.
Okay, so second goal.
If you're Douglas, that'd be if you could hold them to a field goal attempt here.
Second down and goal.
Absolutely.
It's the second and goal, so they've got to get in the end zone. No first down to be made.
Late substitutions. Where's the play clock out? I don't know if they're going to get this off.
Nope.
Franklin's going to have to call a timeout to avoid the delay of game. We're going to take a timeout, too. We'll come back and see if Millwood can get back into the end zone. They're awful close at Soul Bowl Classic, sponsored by SSM Health on Heart and Soul 92.1 and 1140, streaming on PPBC TV. We'll be right back.
This broadcast is the exclusive property of Perry Publishing and Broadcasting Company. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, reproduction, or any other use of the accounts, descriptions, or audiovisual elements of this broadcast without the express written consent of Perry Publishing and Broadcasting Company is strictly prohibited. All rights reserved.
All right, we are back. Soul Bowl Classic. This is the 50th anniversary of this historic rivalry between Douglas and Millwood. Millwood has a 1-point lead, 7-6. Early third quarter, 9:56 left. And it's second and goal from the 11. Late substitution here. Twin receivers to the left side, the short side of the field. One in motion. Ball is snapped. Hands off to Keys. Gets upfield for maybe a yard or two. Bring up a third and goal situation for the Falcons, who'd love to make this a two-possession game if they could.
Yeah, they've played in that kind of crossbucks action they've been running. That was one of the better times that Douglas was able to stop that with Keys running the ball. I mean, you're looking at third and goal from about the 11-yard line.
Donnie Bly in a quarterback. Shotgun formation, two to the wide side of the field. Receivers, one to the short. Anthony Keys on his right side. Ball is snapped. He's going to roll right. Is he going to run it or is he going to throw it? He's going to try and run it.
Not gonna make
and he is hit hard by the Douglas Trojans. Gets pushed out of bounds. It's going to be a fourth down situation for the Falcons. Do you kick the field goal or do you go for it on fourth?
Well, I see a lot of changes. Let me see if I see the field goal kicker. I think they are
Denver Young is their field goal kicker, and it looks like he's also their quarterback too, along with Donnie Bly. And it looks like they're going to go for a field goal from the 7-yard line at kind of an angle. Ball is snapped. Kick is up. Great arch. It's good. It is a good field goal, so now that brings the score to 10-6. The Millwood Falcons up 4 points with 8 minutes, 22 seconds left in the third quarter here at the Soul Bowl Classic, sponsored by SSM Health. We'll be right back. Douglas is going to have an opportunity. They've been having some momentum on offense. And we'll go to their first possession here in the third quarter when we get back. This is the Soul Bowl Classic here on Heart and Soul 92.1 and 1140, streaming live on PPBC TV. We'll be back. And we're back. Soul Bowl Classic. Millwood just went for the field goal and got it. It's good. 10-6 lead for the Millwood Falcons. They're going to kick the football to the Douglas Trojans, who are down 4.
You like the points if you're Millwood, but you really wanted 7. Well, you came out those first 2 plays, a couple big punches, looked like you're going to punch it in for a touchdown. If you're Douglas, you're like, okay, we did hold them to a field goal. Touchdown still gives us the lead back.
Zamarius Ziegler, number 4, is right there in the middle. This is deep kick returner on the far left side. We've got Lonte Russell. And here down closer to where we are is number 6, Adarius Tubbs. And Ziegler's going to catch it at the 3. 15, 20. 25, 30. Gets to the outside, 40, 50. Just past the 50 before he's pushed out of bounds. That's a 47-yard return.
He's making a
Myron, this guy is electric.
Yep, running back, return game. They throw it to him. He's their best offensive weapon.
No question about it. I mean, a touchdown here for the Douglas Trojans would take the lead here in the second half. Penalties have been a little bit of an Achilles heel. Also, they had to use a lot of their timeouts early last half, but they've got all 3 of them here today in the second half. Ball is snapped. Cash Sanders hands off to his running back. It's going to be tackled for a loss. Millwood sniffed that out quick. Number 60, Donovan Rice, gave the Zeke Elliott bowl of cereal eating sign.
I did.
You know what I mean? I'm just eating up here.
Well, he did that time for sure.
Well, these nose guards, these interior linemen for Millwood, I mean, there's 2 big old boys down there. You've got Keith Bundage and Rice. And so the ball is snapped. Ziegler on the outside. He cuts up. And he gets back to the line of scrimmage. I think all eyes are on number 4 right now.
Yeah, he's drawn a crowd, which maybe he could become a decoy, open something up for somebody else.
Gain of 2.
All right, they're going to give him a little bit of credit here. So it's going to be 3rd and 9.
3rd down and 9.
And Cash Sanders calling the play. He's the quarterback of this Douglas Trojan team. He's earned the respect of his teammates. They like what he brings to the table. Only a sophomore. Double tight set. Ball is snapped. Fakes the handoff. Rolls right. Throws. Catches. Vic at the 40, 35, 30, 20, 15, 10. Touchdown, Douglas! They got in. That it was a 44-yard pass and catch for a touchdown. Cash Sanders to Cadis Vick. Big-time touchdown for the Trojans to take the lead by 2.
Well, and that's why that holding to a field goal was so important on that first drive at Millwood. And that's why I said they had to be a little bit disappointed they didn't get in the end zone themselves. Looked like he was trying to get a horse collar. He still couldn't bring him down.
I thought it was a great play call by David Turner. Fake the handoff to Ziegler. He got everybody fully invested in number 4. All eyes were on him. He bootlegs it opposite, finds Vic, who just makes the play and runs all the way down. Here's the extra point. It is no good.
Extra point no good.
So the score is 12-10 here in the third quarter. 6 minutes and 30 seconds left in the third. Douglas Trojans have taken the lead in this Soul Bowl, 12-10. We'll take a quick break and come back and see if Millwood can answer. I told you to buckle up in pregame. It's going to be a heck of a ride, and I stands true. We'll be right back here on Heart and Soul 92.1, 11.4 is streaming live on PPBC TV. Welcome back to the Soul Bowl Classic on this beautiful Saturday afternoon. The Douglas Trojans have regained the lead by a score of 12-10. They've got a 2-point lead over the Millwood Falcons. 6 minutes, 30 seconds left in the third quarter. A lot of football to be played. 44-yard pass completion from Cash Sanders to Cadis Vick for the touchdown. Now it's Millwood's turn, and they'll have an opportunity to regain the lead of their own. We've already had 2 lead changes here in the third quarter. And kind of a deep onside right down the middle. He's caught at the 30, 35, and he's going to be brought down at the 37-yard line is where they're going to mark the football for the Millwood Falcon offense. And we'll see who they trot out at quarterback. They've been rotating Denver Young, who's a senior, and Donnie Bly, who's a freshman. They're bringing out Donnie Bly back there. So he's in at quarterback. And we're trying to get this substitution right before the play clock starts. Okay, here we go. Shotgun formation. Receiver on each side. You've got one H-back and one running back alongside Donnie Bly. It's Anthony Keys. Ball is snapped. Hands off to Keys. Fumbles it, picks it back up, now runs left. And can't get through that Douglas defense who sniffed it out. They got dropping that handoff allowed that defense to get further into the backfield and be disruptive.
Yeah, just running the whole timing. I don't think that play was supposed to go outside. He basically just picked it up and said, I'll see what I can get. Nothing much. And in any case, they lose a couple yards, looks like. It's going to be a second and about, we'll call it 11, I guess.
All right, we've got a poll going on who's going to win on our stream. So our producers is letting me know that. 89% says Douglas right now.
Really?
They're going to throw it out to Carter Ray, who's quickly tackled by number 19, Alante Russell. And then I think DeMonte McCathern's in on the tackle as well.
Well, they're fired up.
That's kind of interesting that the poll on the stream is 89%. Well, rather high.
I would say Douglas has a strong alumni base.
We have a lost idol. It is a Hello Kitty.
And they got to like what they're seeing so far, their team. But the game's far from over.
That's right. A lot of football to be played. Third down and 11 at their own 37-yard line for the Millwood Falcons. Now it's up to 92%. Okay, here we go. Kind of a jumbo package right up front. Gets the snap, and there's flag on the play. I think it's a delay game. And you can see some of the assistant coaches for the Millwood Falcons not happy about this. That's going to move them back. I mean, the only thing worse than 3rd and 11 is a 3rd and 16.
Yeah, that's not what you want to do. This is a big play.
All right, here we go. Receiver on each side drops back. Donnie Bly's looking to throw. Does over the middle, catched. And, wow. This is a tough, hard-fought football game. 17, Cash Hall for Douglas loses his helmet, but he doesn't stop playing.
He keeps going.
I love the toughness. A little risky, but I love the toughness. So we got an injured Falcon over here at the 50. He's taking his helmet off. They've got the trainers coming out to take a look. So there'll be an injury timeout here. That's going to bring up 4th down. It was positive yards. It's just, when you were back that far, I think that's going to be about 4th and 9, 4th and 8. So I'll tell you what, we'll take a quick timeout, and we'll assess the injury of this Millwood Falcon player, let you know who it is when we come back. This is Soul Bowl Classic here on Heart and Soul 92.1 1140, sponsored by Essence of Health on PPBC TV. We'll be right back.
Let's get ready to step into the world of championships with Super Prep Live, hosted by Miles Perry, only on OKC Sports Radio 105.3 FM. Dive deep into the lives of high school and college athletes with exclusive interviews and insight that reveals what makes them great. Follow Super Prep across all social networks to never miss a moment. It's Super Prep Live with Miles Perry. Tune in, get inspired, and stay connected. Visit OKCSportsRadio.com. Injuries don't.
All right, we are back. Soul Bowl Classic, 50th anniversary of this historic rivalry. And I still have yet to see who this player is. We got an injured player on the field. And, okay, it's number 11. That's, I believe, number 11 is
Marquise Vick.
Yeah, Marquise Vick. And listen, it's not serious. He's he may have had a stinger. I don't think we're going to see anything major. Nothing to be too worried about. And it could be cramps. It still feels like summer. Pretty humid over here at LW Good. They're helping him to his feet right now. I really think it's cramps. I think he's just in a lot of pain from cramping up. And Marquise Vick doesn't come off the field. I mean, he's a guy that plays offense, defense, special teams. And so they're attending to him right now. And it could be a hamstring injury a little bit here. They're monitoring that.
Looks like he's getting up now.
Yeah, or an ankle injury. Okay, it could be an ankle here. So he's hopping all the way to the sideline. Gutsy player, tough young man. A lot to like about Marquise Vick. He's a junior. He'll play tight end. He's played defensive end. He's caught a couple passes. And, yeah, he'll be all right. So it's going to be 4th down and 10, and Millwood's going to punt the football back to Douglas. They got a 2-point lead right now, and if they score, this could make it possibly a two-possession game. There's the punt. They're going to catch it at 30, 40, 45, 50. And they're in Millwood territory. He's going to go out of bounds right there at the 42-yard line, and it'll be 1st and 10.
Got another guy catching cramps down here from Millwood. Looks like number 55 maybe.
Yeah, seriously, I understand. I almost had a cramp walking up the stairs at the beginning of the game, so I totally get it. But we love seeing all the spectators on the stream. PPBC TV, definitely appreciate that. And we've got head coach of the Heritage Hall Chargers, Brett Bogert, that is paying attention. So shouts out to you, Coach.
Well, they probably got Millwood coming up.
You know what? They typically do play Millwood every year. And he loves to schedule tough non-district opponents. So that could be the case here. All right. Douglas got a great opportunity here to score. 4 minutes, 8 seconds left here in the third quarter.
Zamarius Ziegler, he must have had plenty of pickle juice and mustard and bananas.
He doesn't look like he's slowing down at all.
Because he's touched the ball a lot tonight, and he's going to continue to touch the rest of the game. And I don't see him. Doesn't look like he's slowing up with cramps or anything. As I knock on wood, as I say.
All right, jumbo package ball is snapped. Hands off to Ziegler on the left side. Cuts inside. Has positive yards, but doesn't get much. Millwood did a great job of keeping contained, keeping him from bouncing outside. That's where he's most dangerous. Even if you do get positive yards, but just keeping him inside is a much better position to be in.
Yeah,
let him outside.
He was looking for that crack too. He was looking to say, okay, was there a hole there I can just kind of get through and then bounce it outside, make it a foot race, and he doesn't lose a lot of those foot races.
Now 2nd and 8 here for the Trojans. Cash Sanders overlooking the defense. Double tight set. Ball is snapped. Hands off to Ziegler. Cuts inside. Tries to bounce out, and he's tackled. They might give him a half a yard for forward progress, but not very much. It's going to be around 3rd down and 8. And Millwood's defensive line been staying strong here in this 3rd quarter.
Yeah, they've had trouble just really handling them Douglases up front. Millwood's made to get penetration and make some things happen.
60 Donovan Rice, Keith Bundage, Jeremiah Williams has been playing some good football up front for the Millwood Falcons. Ball is snapped, hands off to Vic. He gets to the outside, has a little bit of room, and he's short of the 1st down. I think we're going to get a holding penalty on that play, and Coach Turner is upset about it. He is.
And they got to take it even though it's 4th down. I say they have to, but they might go for this. I think it's a couple yards short.
I think the flag is going to bring him back further.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is 4th down.
And no matter where you are on the field,
if it's a hold, you could say no, we don't take it, and then make them punt.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
But they may not punt; they may go for it because it looked like it'd be like 4th and 2 or something.
Got you. Okay, so you decline the penalty to keep it 4th down.
Well, I think they're going to take it just to make sure they don't go for it on 4th.
Right. Okay, got you.
Because Ziegler might go for 22 or whatever, you know. I mean. So then they did take the penalty, so they're going to give them another 3rd down, but it's going to be 3rd and like 2 miles, you know.
Well, it'll be worth it if you can get a stop here, but if Ziegler takes us to the house, it's not going to be worth it.
It's basically looks like 3rd and 17.
Right. Yeah, 3rd and 19.
Okay, 3rd and 19.
Great atmosphere out here at LW Good. I mean, it is just, it feels like, you know, a college atmosphere. Everybody's dialed into the game. Douglas is playing for something, man. Like they've been beaten several times in a row going in this Soul Bowl Classic.
Well, the game's been over by this time.
Right. And they're right here with the lead in the football, up 2 points. They've got a really good shot here. All right. 3rd and 19 for the Douglas Trojans. Receiver on each side. One running back in the game. It's Zemarius Ziegler in the pistol formation. Cash Sanders is the quarterback. He gets the snap, drops back, looking to throw. Looking, still in the pocket, rolls left, fakes the throw, still with the pocket, now moving, now runs right. Now he's going to go to the outside. There is flag on the play, and I think it's going to be holding. And either way, I mean, he was tackled for a loss, and that's going to force Douglas to definitely punt now.
Yeah, are they saying a blindside block or something? It looked like a pretty good block to me, but that flag is where that block on number 60 had his clock clean pretty good. Let's see what it is. Personal foul. Yeah, it's a block. It's a blindside block.
Okay, blindside block.
Yeah.
Reminds me of my buddy Jerry. He's a Malibu high school graduate and would get in trouble for blindside blocks all the time. Let's see here. So, I mean, you're forced to punt here. Okay, is personal foul?
Oh, no, it's personal foul. Why is he going for it?
So now it's declined?
Well, it's 4th down.
Okay. All right.
It's 4th down, so they're going to make them punt. You're pretty sure they're not going to go for 4th and 19.
Right. Yeah. But, you know, the defense would at least expect that.
Well, it's true. You fake it.
So,
yeah. And really,
I'm just saying.
If Cash would have gotten wiped out, he should have waited on one of his blockers. He had blockers in front of him to get this. He would have gotten around the edge.
Carter Ray is back to return the punt. Actually, Anthony Keys is back there, too. It's going to take a Douglas bounce, and it's going to be recovered at the 22, 23-yard line. 1st and 10, Millwood. Have an opportunity to retake this lead. You know, Myron, you think there's anything you do different here with Millwood? You know, they've had their good plays and bad plays.
Yeah.
How do you get over on this defense here?
Well, I don't think you have to. I mean, you're still in the third quarter, minute and a half to go. You got the entire fourth quarter. I still say run your offense. They've had success. You got to give Douglas some credit. They've done some things on defense, but I don't think you scrap what you came in wanting to do.
Denver Young is in at quarterback, the senior for Millwood. He's got twin receivers, left side, one receiver to the right. He's got an H-back there along with Anthony Keys. Ball is snapped. He's going to throw to Keys, overthrows him. Tried to hit him in stride, just put a little bit too much strength on the throw and overthrew him, so that'll stop the clock at 1:27 left in the third quarter. Again, our score is 12-10. Douglas with a 2-point lead right now over Millwood, but Millwood has the ball. 2nd and 10 on their own 28.
I mean, they're trying to get the ball to Keys in space to see if he can make some plays, but you got to throw a better pass than what you just threw there.
Ball is snapped. He's going to roll left. Looks like he's going to keep it. Now he's going to bounce outside 30, 35. Brought down right at the 40. And that's good enough for a Falcon first down. Fly, Falcons fly. I got to stop trying to be like Mo Prince and Gary Woods. They can only do it better. They just sound stupid when I do it. I can only beat Jay Swick. I can't beat Gary Woods. I wish I had his athletic ability, though. And if I did, I might be in the Soul Bowl Hall of Fame. All right, here we go.
Douglas people might be mad at you anyway.
Yeah, that's true. One man in motion. It's Carter Ray. They're going to hit Carter Ray on an end around. He cuts back inside and maybe get a yard or two.
Man, I think he may have had a chance to turn that
I know.
corner.
That's what I'm saying. If he would have just kept momentum and been able to bounce outside, there was room, and it would probably would have been a 5 or 6 yard gain. Secondary with Douglas has been really good, kind of keeping things back. There's been some situations where they've been in a one-on-one, situation, but Millwood hasn't really tested them yet. Well, a couple times. They did have that touchdown to Carter Ray, so I take that back. I take that back. All right. 18-17, clock is ticking. They're going to be able to get one play off here in the third quarter. Fakes the end around, quarterback sneak on the right side, and got brought down by Cadis Vick. We had the touchdown earlier for Douglas, and then he makes a big tackle to prevent the first down. It's going to bring up a third down situation, but that's the end of the third quarter here at the Soul Bowl. The score is Douglas 12, Millwood 10. And we'll get some fourth quarter action, see if Millwood can keep this momentum alive and retake the lead. You got to stick around to find out, though. It's Soul Bowl, sponsored by SSM Health on Heart and Soul 92.1 and 1140, streaming live on PPBC TV. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Soul Bowl Classic here live from L.W. Goods Stadium on the campus of Millwood High School. Douglas is up 12-10, 2-point lead over the Millwood Falcons, but Millwood has the football. 3rd down and 6 from their own 44. A 3 receivers split, 2 to the wide side of the field. It's all coming down to this quarter. A winner will be crowned this afternoon. Who's it going to be? Denver Young gets one man in motion. It's Carter Ray. He's going to get set. Ball is snapped. Throws left to Keys. Catches it. And is able to bounce outside. And, close to a horse collar tackle. They're not going to call the horse collar, but he is short. Really good move by Anthony Keys. I thought he was going to get caught and tackled, but he was able to string it out. We've got an injured Douglas player on the far side, and that is Cadis Vick, somebody that they really depend on. Scored that touchdown earlier. He's going to get tended to on the sideline, and it could be a cramp. He's right there. you're coming all the way back to the 42, and you're forced to punt. So that series didn't go exactly the way they thought it was going to go. Denver Young's going to punt, and Zamarius Ziegler, is he going to get it? He's going to let it bounce. And it's going to be down at the 24, 23-yard line. It'll be Douglas football. And they've got a 2-point lead. 7 minutes, 37 seconds left in the game.
Yeah.
Let's just look back at history. Millwood has won 9 straight Sobos in a row. And all I could hear about this week was we're getting number 10 this week. That was
2022, 45-0. 2023, 81-0.
Last time, is that the past 2 years?
That's just, 22 and 23. I mean, the closest game since 2015 is 27-7 Millwood. And that's 2021.
Douglas hasn't beaten Millwood since 2015. It is now 2025, and everything is in front of them. They're going to hand the football off to Ziegler. He cuts it. 25, 30, 35, 40, 50, 40, 20, 10, and he drops the ball. Oh, my God, he dropped the ball. And it ended up in the end zone. Myron, it didn't go out of bounds.
No, it didn't. It's a touchback.
Oh!
Millwood's ball. It didn't go out of bounds.
So it's going to be a Millwood football and a touchback. Oh, my. Oh, no. And Ziegler's banged up on the field. They caught him from behind it. I don't think he was down. It's awful close. They're saying it's down? Oh, my goodness. It was so close. Now, it's
Can we have a replay?
Now, from our vantage point, it's on the other. It's on the same side, but it's on the other end zone.
Unless they're saying his knee hit before.
And that could have been the case. That could have been the case, but it was so bang that to me it looked like that. Okay, they're calling touchback. Yeah, touchback. Unbelievable. Oh, that's heartbreaking for the Douglas Trojans. You get a massive play to get all the way down there from your top player who just bounces it outside. I mean, we're talking, 78 yards.
Give credit to Bryce Morris, who didn't give up on the play and ran him down inside the 10-yard line. And without that, he scores. Because Ziegler can really run, but he kept coming.
And if that ball had bounced out of bounds, it would have been fine. But it did not bounce. It bounced back in bounds.
It went straight down
and went into the end zone. Millwood recovers, gets the ball back. Now it's at their own 20. Wow. That is incredible. That's going to be remembered for quite some time in Soul Bowl history. Donnie Bly hands off to number 4, and he gets dragged down by Devontae McCathern, who just rode him into the ground. And, in fact, number 4 on the carry, Connor Smith, kind of got up limping a little bit. He's going to stay in the game. He's okay. But what a chain of events. Did not expect that to happen. 6:53 and counting left in this ballgame. Douglas has a 2-point lead. The score is 12-10. Millwood now gets the ball back deep in their own territory. They need to score in order to regain this lead. Ball is snapped, throws. Anthony Keys shakes off one player but can't shake off the others. How he caught that and absorbed that hit and stayed up was impressive, but when you get 3 more Douglas Trojans coming at you, tough to get away from. So, and that's a loss of yards. We've got another injured player out on the field, and I really think it's cramps. It's been a common injury this evening, and I get it. It's hot, really humid September day. We'll take a real quick timeout. This is fourth quarter action, ladies and gentlemen. This is Soul Bowl Classic. It's living up to the hype. You don't want to miss out. We're streaming live on PPBC TV. And we're here live on Heart and Soul 92.1, 1140, sponsored by SSM Health. We'll be back. All right, we're back. Soul Bowl Classic here live on Heart and Soul 92.1 and 1140, streaming live on PPBC TV. And Anthony Keys, I think he was cramping up just a little bit. He's now back on the sideline, kind of walking it off. So he'll get a little bit of a breather. 6 minutes, 17 seconds left in the game. This is the 50th meeting between Douglas and Millwood. Millwood's won 9 in a row, going on 10, but they're down 2 points in the fourth quarter. They've got the football. They've got a long way to go to score, though. Bly throws, incomplete, knocked down by the Douglas Trojans. Number 19, Alante Russell, batted down the pass. That is going to stop the clock. 6 minutes and 11 seconds. But the problem is it's 3rd and 22.
Got to punt it. Got to punt it. Yeah. Got to punt it.
That's right. 4th and 22. My apologies. So, yeah, they're good. And then this is tough. I mean, you're down 2 points, but 4th and 22, you're deep in your own territory. You're kind of forced to make that decision. You're just hoping your defense can get a stop. I'll tell you what, the Douglas side is you can see the hope start to rise.
They're going to go for it, I guess.
No way.
Well, I don't know.
Denver Young is not only their quarterback, he's also their kicker and punter.
But to me, you got to punt it. I mean.
Yeah, come on. 4th and 22 from your own 8.
Yeah. You don't get this. They're going to walk you.
Yeah, exactly. And they've already got a 2-point lead. You've got to rely on your defense here. And they called a timeout. We're going to stay right here. This game has lived up to the hype, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to go down in history as one of the more entertaining games in Soul Bowl history, especially over the past 10 to 15 years. It's been an honor to broadcast alongside you, Myron. We've had a lot of fun, and it's not over. Again, 5 minutes, 42 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Douglas is up 12-10. And I think you're right. I think Millwood's going to have to punt the football here and rely on their defense.
Yeah, how many timeouts they use at least one.
Millwood has no timeouts left. Douglas has 2. So here we go. Back to return the punt is Zamarius Ziegler.
Because the field goal still wins it for Millwood, so you just got to trust your defense to get the ball back for you.
Late substitution. Are they going to get in to see? Yeah, they'll be fine. Play clock is in order. Here we go. Bad snap. He goes over the head of the punter. Going to be a safety. Douglas increases their lead 14-10, and they get the ball back. Wow. Wow.
There goes the field goal, winning it for you.
The Millwood sideline is in absolute shock right now. Oh, my God. Did not expect that to happen. Unbelievable. Myron, what are you thinking, man? What are you feeling right? Because my mind is blown right now, the way this game is taking place.
Well, we've had so many weird plays happen in the last minute and a half. The sure touchdown, that's a fumble into the end zone, a snap, for safety, 2 points for Douglas. You still got 5:40 to go. So if you're Millwood, it still comes down to the same thing. Your defense got to get the ball back for you, and you still got playmakers. So
right. I mean, in these situations, it's never over until it's over.
No, it's not.
And I've seen Millwood get out of some sticky situations before, and it's going to be interesting to see how this last 5 minutes 40 seconds plays out. But Douglas is going to get the football back. They've got a 4-point lead now. A touchdown makes this a 2-possession game. Boy, if the Trojans can score, it is going to be really tough for Millwood to come back. But if they can get a stop here and get the football back,
touchdown wins it for you.
In time, you can make something happen depending on the clock. But anything can happen at this point of the game. This is really the peak of the Soul Bowl Classic today. Here we go. Denver Young going to kick to Ziegler, the 34, runs right, 45, 50, and he's in Millwood territory, and they're trying to rip that ball out of his hands, and I don't blame them. And, in fact, they're calling – the coaching staff was saying, hey, that's our football. I don't think they're going to give it.
More praying than anything there, but that's what you got to be aware of if you're Douglas. They're going to try to strip the ball. Of course, you do that can lead to a big play. You're not making proper tackles. So.
Right. All right, 1st and 10 for the Douglas Trojans at the Millwood 47-yard line.
If you're Douglas, this is where you win the game. You control things up front. You get the ball to your best player, which is Ziegler. You go get first downs, eat up the clock, because Millwood can't stop with no timeouts.
And a touchdown really increases your chances tremendously. But you're right. You've got to pay attention. You want to milk that clock as much as possible. Sanders under center. He's going to fake the – oh, he did hand it off to Cadis Vick on the fullback trap up the middle. Got positive yards. Maybe a 4-yard gain, 3-yard gain. Douglas wants to win here. They just want the win. They don't by any means necessary.
Yeah, 14-10 looks a lot better than what some of those losses they've taken in recent years. I mean, they haven't scored in 3 years.
It's under 5 minutes left in this fourth quarter. 4-point lead with the Trojans, and they've got the football here at the Soul Bowl Classic 2025. Pistol formation, double tight, hands off to the running back Ziegler, and he's swallowed up. Millwood did a great job of coming in from every angle. There really wasn't any room to run for Ziegler. And Millwood's out of timeout, so that clock is just going to keep going as long as Douglas allows for it, as long as Douglas has possession here.
Is there a clock on this end? Trying to see if you can look at one.
Right there. Right above the play clock.
He needs to be snapping this ball at 4 seconds,
right.
3.
They're not in any hurry. Double tight, 2 tight ends. And time. I don't know if it's a what?
Why is the flag?
Looks to be a timeout on Douglas. Right?
Why is the yellow flag there? Because the clock wasn't close to being run down.
He's waving off the flag now. I guess just. Yeah. Why are you calling timeout right there, Myron?
I don't know, but that's what I'm saying. The clock was like about 5 seconds.
Okay, they didn't think they were going to get a play off.
But I guess I'm saying, why is the flag there? You don't throw the flag till it gets to 0.
Right. Well, they didn't commit a penalty, but I don't know. I don't know why he did that, and he quickly waved it off. So that's a good question. 4 minutes, 1 second left in this Soul Bowl Classic between Douglas and Millwood. Douglas up 14-10. Looking at a 3rd down and 9 situation for the Trojans, who have the ball in a 4-point lead. But the last thing, I guess if a play clock was down to 5 and they didn't think they were going to get it off, okay. I mean, in this situation, I'd almost take the delay a game.
Yeah.
Almost.
I guess he wants to make sure everybody's on the same page. This is what we don't want to do.
Okay.
Don't run out of bounds, in other words.
3rd and 9 for Douglas. Cass Sanders. Pistol formation, double tight, receiver on each side. Oh, and they got his false start. False start. Goodness gracious.
Well, clock had already stopped.
And not the penalty you really want here.
Yeah. Well, if nothing else, you want guys. I think they're going to run to the outside. Is what they're going to do. But just saying, don't run out of bounds. I don't care if it's
right.
Take a knee, whatever. Do not run out of bounds.
Fall down, whatever.
Keep that clock running.
All right, here we go.
You're not going to throw it unless,
Pistol, double tight. Severs fakes the handoff. He's going to run left. Sanders looking to throw, but he's going to run. It's to the 35-40, comes in and falls down right at the 40.
Exactly.
Smart move.
Yeah.
Smart move. Millwood doesn't have any timeouts. The clock is ticking. And that was positive yards. So they're about 4 yards away. It's going to be 4th and 3. What do you do here?
You got to punt it. If you don't get this, you're getting the ball at the 40. Your defense has played well the last few possessions.
But I tell you what, if you do get a first down, though.
That's an if.
Yeah, there's a risk reward here.
And they know, and you're not going to throw it. They know you're going to run it.
They're going to go for it. I think it's the right call.
Okay.
I think it's the right call. You get a first down, your chances of winning this game go through the roof. Ball is snapped. Hands off to Ziegler. Goes outside. He's going to stay outside. He's got the first down. He's going to go all the way to the 10. Cuts back. It's tackled right around the 7-yard line. Oh, my God. He wristed for the biscuit. And he got it.
I won't say his number, but somebody took a horrible angle.
Oh, really?
Yes.
He's talking about the tackler on the outside?
Yes. He's there to make a play.
Well, I think Ziegler kind of gave him a little.
You don't want him to get outside, though. You force him back into traffic because his speed, you turn the corner on him.
So it's 1st and goal from the 8. 2:52, 2:51, 2:50. Clock is ticking. Douglas scores a touchdown here. It's going to be hard to beat him anyway. Vic gets up the middle, gets tackled at the 1.
Gutsy call.
Just short. Just short. The reward was too tempting. It was too tempting. You needed 3 yards. Yeah. He gave you about 43.
2nd down and goal.
Here we go.
This is one of those, assuming they go ahead and hang on, 2:15 left.
I got to say, Myron, there's kind of a mass exodus right now on the Millwood side.
Well, it's one of those really establishes to your guys, hey, we're doing the right things. And they'll listen to coaches even more to get a win like this if this holds up.
And they're in. Touchdown, Douglas Trojans. Add 6 to the score. It's now 20-10. And Douglas is going to win this football game. 1:55 unless something outlandish happens, which you can never really write off with the Soul Bowl. But they're in a really, really good position right now. Really good position with 1:55 left and a 10-point lead. They'll have a shot to make it 11. See what happens. It's been an entertaining Saturday afternoon, my goodness. And you see across the way the Douglas Trojan, the orange and black, celebrating accordingly. They see the writing on the wall. Fake! Cash Sanders was the holder. He's going to be brought down. I don't know if it wasn't a bad snap. It was just kind of off rhythm. The timing was off.
Yeah.
The kicker got there a little bit earlier before he could put it down on the ground. And so the extra point, 2-point convert, whatever you want to call it, is no good. The score is 20-10. And Millwood's going to get the football back down double-digit points with 1:55 left in the game. All right, I guess we had some technical difficulties there a little bit. Yeah, we're back. We're back, though. Okay. And I'm looking at that text was about 20 minutes ago, so my apologies. Okay. Here we go. Myron, what are you feeling? Are you shocked at how this has played out here today?
Well, I thought Douglas would play well, that they're better than they were last season. I'd seen Millwood play. You just kind of assumed that they would probably win the game because they won. I didn't know how much Douglas was going to be able to do what they did against Star Spencer with Ziegler. And to get outside, and I'll be anxious to know what his stats are and everything else, because rushing the football, return game, he's had a massive day. And even though he fumbled that at the end, that's another 50, 60 yards he picked up there. So the ability of them to get outside. And then, of course, the defense here late in this fourth quarter, they've just taken over the game. Millwood's gone backwards. They deserve to win the game.
And they're going to kick off right down the middle. Carter Ray's going to get it on the left side, run right. 25, spins, and is brought down by Devontae McCathern, who's made special teams tackles. He's made tackles on defense. He's been all over the field. We got a little bit of a banged-up player down there for Douglas. Slow to get up. And that's number 6, Darius Tubbs, a senior.
So no time to be hurt right now. You're a minute 46 away from getting your first win since 2015.
Right.
Time to celebrate if you can
absolutely
close this out.
What a rivalry this has been here today, and we have so many fans coming in, attending this game, watching this game via our live stream on PPBC TV. It's been an entertaining experience, I can tell you that, I know. And, knocked down. Cadis Vick got his hands up.
Cadis Vick, the defensive line is really taking over here at the end of this fourth quarter, knocking that pass down. He's in the quarterback's face. And, of course, if you're looking at these Douglas guys, like the seniors, last time that Douglas won a game, they were in the second grade.
Right. That's right.
I mean,
good point. Good point.
I'm like, this is.
Zamarius Ziegler is Darius Tubbs, Quinez Ziegler. I mean, that's about it for the seniors, for this Douglas team.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just not very many seniors on this team as it is, and they've been able to dominate today. And they're going to – that's a loose ball.
That's grounding. Yeah, that's grounding.
You're going to throw the flag there.
I mean, again, they've totally taken control of the defensive line here in this fourth quarter. Just running free.
Well, there's always a celebration on Soul Bowl Saturday over here on the east side. You just don't know which side of the highway it's going to be on.
Go to church tomorrow.
Absolutely.
You'll run into the alumni. I mean, the 2015 guys that won, they're 30.
Right.
Yeah.
I know Patrick McCoffman ended up at Oklahoma State, played some football out there.
Receiver, yeah.
He's a dad now, has a family of his own. Wow. Minute 36 left in the 2025 Soul Bowl Classic, sponsored by SSM Health. Here on Heart and Soul 92.1 and 1140, streaming live on PPBC TV. I want to thank all of our producers, Dimitri and Winston, and our camera people. I'm not sure who's up there operating the camera, but shout out to you. Appreciate you. Going to drop back, and that's a safety, Myron. That's a sack safety. And is that Cadis Vick over there again? I mean, he's been a disruptor.
Yes.
On the defensive side, He's caught the touchdown pass. I mean, Zamarius Ziegler is going to end up being our super prep player of the game. But, boy, Cadis Vick is he's got a resume, too.
Yeah, and remember, the touchdown pass, he ran about 45 yards.
Right.
He caught it at the line of scrimmage and just ran.
I know.
So, he's had a heck of a day.
And what a great thing for this Douglas Trojan program. I know Damon Turner has just been preaching to his team. Stay with me. Stay focused. Just let's be about the process. Do what we can in a 24-hour period, and tomorrow we'll start again. And eventually it's going to pay off. And now it's year number 3. And they are a minute and a half away from being 3-0 and beating their longtime rival for the first time in 9 years.
I had on Tony Rayburn yesterday, former Douglas player, on my radio show, and I know he's somewhere. He may be here. He's probably here somewhere, celebrating. And he talked about some memories he had of this series. And one they won the game, the other they lost. But he's got a big smile on his face, watching his alma mater take out Millwood.
It's the longest 2 minutes of my life here, Myron. I feel like it's been 2.5 to a minute and a half, like for an hour now.
It's time to take a knee.
Yeah, that's right.
Take a knee.
That's right. I mean, you tell me. I'm naming Zamir Ziegler Super Prep Player of the Game, and they're going to go for the onside, and they're unsuccessful, of course. Cadis Vick with the onside recovery.
Are you sure about that? I just recovered the onside kick.
You tell me. I mean, what do you think?
No, I think it's Ziegler.
Yeah.
I think it's Ziegler. He's been the difference maker on offense to make things happen. And you knew Millwood, they knew what he did last week against Star Spencer. And so it wasn't like he was some unknown commodity. And you figured Millwood would have better athletes, which they do, probably, than Star. And not going to let him get outside, but he got outside and he broke off long runs. And to me, he was the difference on offense and provided a lot of even opened things up for other guys like Cash Sanders when he'd make a scramble or whatever. So, yeah, I think Ziegler's the obvious choice.
I have been impressed with Cash Sanders, his pocket presence, his awareness, the decisions that he makes with the football. Just a bright future for this young sophomore quarterback. Double tight. I doubt they throw it. Ziegler on the right side. Burst gets almost to the 30. And they're trying to rip that ball out. And so he's going to get forward progression. There's forward progress.
I hope the officials are blowing those whistles loud because that play was over for them. And you're at that point. I just wish they'd just take a knee, to be honest with you.
Right.
You're at that point. Game's over.
Right. And Millwood doesn't have any timeouts.
Yeah. Just take a knee.
Take a knee.
See, there's a flag right there. And see, when you run it, you're just kind of setting yourself up for something to happen. So I hope they take a knee the rest of the way.
Yeah. Douglas is going to win the football game. I don't know how many fans in attendance were believers in that. But they're believing it now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're believing it now. I mean, and I haven't looked at the rest of Douglas' schedule, but if you're on a future opponent, you better beware.
Absolutely. My alma mater is on the schedule.
Oh, they play Douglas?
Yep.
Okay. Elk City?
That's right. That's right. And that game is obviously...
they got a big offensive lineman out of Elk City. Don't they?
They got a couple.
That's recruitable.
They got a young team that they're trying to, develop. But there are some bright spots. I'm trying to remember that young man's name, what you're talking about, but yeah. Interesting. Yeah, we're not going to take a break. We're going to go directly into our post-game show here once this game is concluded. We're 56 seconds away from crowning the Soul Bowl Classic champion, giving the trophy to the Douglas Trojans. For the first time in 9 years, they've been starving for this game, and they went out there and earned it today.
This might be like about a 30-yard penalty.
Yeah. There's some talk and maybe some pent-up energy. Yeah, I don't know.
Take a knee. There we go.
Victory formation for Cash Sanders, the quarterback of Douglas.
Take a snap. Take a knee.
And he's under center.
He's waiting for the play clock to run down. Then he's on.
And there it is. Douglas is the 2025 Soul Bowl champions by a score of 22-10. They're now 3-0 to start the season. Head coach Damon Turner is not celebrating yet. He's coming out midfield to shake hands with Coach Darwin Franklin. They have a lot of respect for each other. And there's a lot to be happy about if you're rooting for the orange and black. They've been waiting a long time to taste the fruits of victory, and they did that here today. Congratulations to the Douglas Trojans football team for being the 2025 Soul Bowl Classic champions. They're pretty happy about it. So now you're in tune to the SSM Health and Counseling Solutions and Interventions postgame. And that might be the perfect sponsor for our postgame.
Yes. A lot of cramping going on here, Lake.
That's right. That's right. Our super prep player of the game is Zamiri Ziegler. What do you think Damon Turner says to his team after this? They're holding up the trophy now. They're starting to celebrate. I can only imagine what that locker room's going to be like. He's holding it up, taking it over to the sideline, and they're celebrating accordingly. Congratulations. That was hard-fought victory. They earned every bit of it.
First time since 2015 they've been able to do that, and they earned it. They earned it. They came in and did a lot what they did last week against Star Spencer, their first two ball games where that they won. And I think there was some question, could they do this against a team of Millwood's caliber? They showed they could. And what's Coach Turner saying? He's saying all that hard work you put in this summer, all that hard work you put in terms of a preseason camp, this is the payoff. And, okay, it's a big win, but we got more games and more things to accomplish. And so keep working.
That's right. I think just getting these young athletes to buy into the process. And even when things were going bad and they just couldn't get anything positive going these past couple years, it's hang with me. I believe in you, believe in me, and we can do this thing together. Eventually we're going to come out of this thing. And they're off to a 3-0 start and a Soul Bowl victory, 22-10 today. On the 50th anniversary of the Soul Bowl Classic. It means so much to this program. I look forward to talking with Coach Damon Turner and just want to know what it feels like. Now, let's flip it and talk about Millwood. I mean, I don't know the last time that Millwood has started the season off 0-1. It's been decades probably.
Well, they opened up Heritage Hall a couple years.
You're
right. They've lost some of those games.
It's just not something that happens often. Where do you think Coach Franklin's going to take this team going from here? How do you learn from this?
Well, I think you learn from it by looking at the tape and see what are the mistakes that you made. It looked like they were going to have success offensively from the first drive. But some untimely penalties, things of that nature. They had problems up front in the offensive line. That's something,
And I think they've just been a little bit inexperienced. Their only starter is Jeremiah Hogan. He's their starting center. And everybody else is new to the system. So I think Franklin's going to utilize this and take what you can. It's hard to learn a lot when you don't make mistakes. And he's got a lot to work with. And I think, just molding these young players and getting them to get back out on the right track. You know where you need to go. You know where your weaknesses are. But they did some great things, too. I mean, Anthony Keys is a tough runner.
Yeah.
I love him as a football player. And that's a bright spot in their quarterback. I mean, they had some issues on the defensive side of the ball when it came to keeping track of the outside.
Yeah, and they knew that was coming. And
a little bit of a turnover issue, but that's what happens when you play enough football. Some days it's like that.
You know, your first game, you look at it and say, okay, you learn a lot on that first game. You see what can you do to improve your youth in the offensive line. Do you continue to play, how many quarterbacks do you play? I mean, there's a lot of feeling out that always goes in that first game. But this is a program, they always seem to find ways to win. They always seem to find players to get it done. So if you're a Millwood fan or whatever, I wouldn't give up on the season by any stretch of the imagination because they always find themselves in the mix for state honors.
Next game for Millwood will be against Blackwell on September 26th. I can almost promise you they're going to be ready to play and eager to play and get back out and get another win on the win column.
Yeah, that game's here too, I think. So if you didn't and a lot of times you can get the guys' attention coming off a loss better than a win. You know, sometimes when you win, you don't play well. Guys may not listen. Well, they'll be doing some listening because there was nothing fluky about what happened today. They just got beat.
Yeah. So I'm being told their next game is at Heritage Hall next week. Then it's back here at L.W. Good for another home game against Blackwell here. Mm-hmm. But next week they'll be on the road at Heritage Hall. So I'm eager to watch this team progress. One of the great things about Darwin Franklin is just the way he inspires his players and how he teaches them, okay, when things don't go your way, how do you respond? When you get knocked down, what do you do then? You got to stay down, or if you're going to stay down, you can't be a part of this program. Yeah,
and you got a lot to live up being a part of this program.
Right.
So
a lot of history, a lot to be proud of. It just didn't fall their way today. Douglas earns it. They're 2025 Soul Bowl champions, 22-10 victory. And I know there's going to be a lot of celebration over there at Douglas High School today and for the next year.
Yeah.
Right? Bragging rights has been on the line. We know it. So
it's been a long, long 10 years.
Myron, I've had a lot of fun calling this game with you, my friend. It was just back and forth. I loved it. The score does not tell you how this game played out.
No, it doesn't. And it was each team had their licks, but Douglas came out with more. And like I said, in the fourth quarter, when it was there to be won, they made the plays on both sides of the ball, offensive and defensive, to win the game. So it's been fun. Great series, great game.
You're on the air on Monday, 3 to 6 on 105.3.
I'll be there 3 to 6, talking this game for sure, and whatever else happens in high school football. Of course, Oklahoma State gets back at it this week. They play Tulsa after having today off.
That's right.
So there's a lot of college football stuff, and of course the NFL as well.
Well, and you and I have done a marvelous job today of avoiding the OU game. We have no idea what the score is.
Right.
So we're going to go home and end up watching it and almost as if it's live. So thank you so much to all of the team that we have here to help put on this broadcast, our cameramen, our producers, our amazing board operator back at Heart and Soul 92.1. We might need to make this guy a full-time board op and just – give the program director job to somebody else, because Terry Mundy is the best in the business when it being a board operator.
I can imagine what he's looking at you right now. He's not lining up for that job.
Yeah, we're probably going to have to cut his paycheck a little bit, but you know what? He did a wonderful job, and we thank him for doing that. We want to thank our sponsors especially so much for allowing us to put a spotlight on these football games, basketball games, these athletes. They deserve every bit of the attention that they deserve. They've earned it, and it's been wonderful. SSM Health, thank you so much. Love Student of the Month. First Security Bank. Counseling Solutions and Interventions. Narissa Berry Insurance. Bank First. Big O's Pork and Dreams Barbecue. Guiding Right. OKC Sports Radio 105.3, Power 105, Power 103.5. That's a little bit of a tongue twister. The Black Chronicle newspaper, and, of course, right here on OKC Heart and Soul 92.1 and 1140. Have a great weekend, Oklahoma. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday and Sunday, and we will talk soon. Thank you for tuning in to the 2025 Soul Bowl Classic. The Douglas Trojans have won it this year over Millwood, 22-10. We'll see you later.